Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to call to order this public hearing of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. The time is now 1:11 p.m. on Thursday, July 13th, 2023, and we are conducting this public hearing virtually and streaming it on Channel 13, the DC Council website, and YouTube at CM Brooke Pinto. I am Councilmember Brooke Pinto, representing Ward 2 and Chairwoman of the committee. The purpose of today's hearing is to discuss the following bills. Bill 25-112, the Food Regulation Ensures Safety and Hospitality Specialty Training, AIDS Reentry, Transition and Success, which we refer to as Fresh Starts Act of 2023. A little over a year ago, I had a meeting with Stuart Anderson and family and friends of incarcerated people and began learning more about the conditions of food at the DC jail, and made a pledge then that I would do something about it. And that's what this bill seeks to do. And that's what this hearing is about today, to determine how we can improve the food conditions at the DC jail and make sure that folks have access to nutritious and quality food, and that we are setting people up for success upon reentry, which is what the hospitality training component of the bill is all about. Bill 25-112, the Food Regulation Ensures Safety and Hospitality Specialty Training, AIDS Reentry, Transition and Success Act of 2023, would enhance requirements for nutrient-dense foods inside the Department of Corrections facilities. It is no secret that providing nutritious meals to residents is essential for maintaining good physical health. A well-rounded diet with adequate vitamins, minerals, and nutrients helps prevent diet-related illnesses such as obesity, heart disease, and diabetes. Additionally, proper nutrition has a direct impact on our mental health and cognitive function. Studies have shown that a diet lacking essential nutrients can negatively affect mood, increase irritability, and impair cognitive abilities. By prioritizing healthy foods, DOC can keep medical costs down and contribute to the overall well-being and health of its residents. To achieve this, the Fresh Starts Act would direct DOC to adopt and implement the Good Food Purchasing Program's policy standards, a framework with a set of guidelines that allows institutions to make food purchasing decisions that align with 5 core values. First, local economies, environmental sustainability, valued workforce, animal welfare, and nutrition. By incorporating these values into their purchasing decisions and partnering with the Good Food Purchasing Program, DOC will be able to create a more equitable, sustainable, and healthy food system at the DC jail. Under the bill, these changes would be paired with increased oversight of food and nutrition at the jail through regular food service inspections by the Department of Health Food Protection Branch, DOC Safety Officer, and the DOC Food Service Contract Manager to ensure that healthy, responsible food choices are being made. The bill would also establish a healthy food in DC Correctional Facilities Task Force made up of district agencies, experts, and former residents to explore and propose additional long-term improvements to food service for residents. The task force would be tasked with developing and establishing independent nutritional guidelines that meet or exceed the USDA's dietary guidelines for Americans. Finally, the legislation would require that the mayor establish a hospitality career training program for residents. This new program would provide residents with critical training to prepare them for a career in the hospitality industry upon reentry. Providing residents with occupational and career training like the hospitality program proposed here provides our returning citizens with the supports and tools to find stable, well-paying work upon their reentry. Given the millions of tourists that visit the district each year, training and hospitality services will equip residents of the jail with tools to secure gainful employment opportunities, contribute to the local economy, and successfully reintegrate into our community. For today's hearing, we will first start with public witnesses to discuss the Fresh Starts Act, and then we will hear from our government witnesses on the bill. Despite the committee's best efforts to work with DOC to facilitate live or taped video testimony from residents at the DC jail in this bill, we will not be able to hear directly from residents today. We will, however, hear from ANC Commissioner Leonard Bishop, who will be reading testimony on behalf of several DOC residents. I want to take a moment to acknowledge that I believe everyone should have the right to testify on issues that directly affect them in whatever capacity that works best for them, regardless of their status of incarceration. And I'm disappointed that we weren't able to facilitate this with DOC. However, it is something that I hope to and plan to work with Director Faust on accommodating in the future, so we can make sure we can hear directly from folks most impacted. I also want to note that we have extended the hearing record to collect additional written and voicemail testimony from the residents who preferred to write or were otherwise unable to speak today. I want to note for everyone that the committee provides multiple methods to submit testimony for all of our hearings, including written testimony, also via voicemail. Voicemail or oral testimony. Voicemail testimony is available to all residents, not just those residents at the DC jail. Residents can leave voicemail testimony by calling our number 202-630-7585, which will be transcribed and included in the hearing record. Turning now to our witnesses here today, as a reminder, as is always the tradition of this committee, public witnesses will have 3 minutes to present their testimony. Those who represent organizations will have 5 minutes. For the first panel joining us today, we have Daniel Rosen, public witness, Melissa Wasser, ACLU DC, Sydney Pryor, Summer and Redstone Global Center for Prevention and Wellness, Winnie Huston, DC Greens, Caitlin Holbrook, DC Justice Lab, Iris Benson Sulzer, DC Justice Lab, Max Broad, DC Good Food Purchasing Program, and Taylor Newell, who speaks for me. Well, a moment to enter. Okay, Mr. Rosen, I don't see you, so we will come back to you if you join at a later time. I don't see Ms. Wasser either. All right, so we will get started with Sydney Pryor, Sumner Redstone Global Center for Prevention and Wellness. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members and staff of the committee. I am Sydney Pryor, a fellow at the Redstone Center at the George Washington University Milken Institute School of Public Health. The views expressed in this testimony are my own and do not necessarily reflect the views of the university. The Redstone Center seeks to make the district the healthiest capital in the world by ending chronic health disparities and improving the health of all residents. To achieve this objective, we must equitably address food and nutrition insecurity, diet-related disease, and climate change, among the most significant public health threats district residents face. And while the Fresh Starts Act of 2023 has the potential to address all three, today I will focus my testimony on the importance of strengthening the nutrition goals and standards section of the legislation to ensure that the meals provided to people who are incarcerated in DC exceed federal nutrition guidance, improve nutrition security, and set precedent for the rest of the country to follow. The nutrition standards component of the bill can be strengthened by clarifying that the development of nutrition standards is an explicit requirement, tasking an agency with nutrition expertise with the development of the standards, such as DC Health, and expressly requiring nutrient-dense foods within the standards based on the proposed definition. Poor nutrition causes over 600,000 deaths per year and is the leading cause of illness and related health disparities in the US. People who are incarcerated experience disproportionately higher rates of diet-related chronic diseases that are preventable and often treatable with improved nutrition. Concerningly, incarceration may play a role in obesity disparities, as each period of incarceration is associated with an increase in body mass index among adult men. The diseases and disabilities associated with obesity are among the top 5 causes of death in the district. In the US, non-Hispanic Black adults also suffer disproportionately from major chronic diseases, including hypertension, diabetes, and obesity. As 90% of DC DOC residents are Black, the food system within DOC could very well be exacerbating health inequities that have lifelong repercussions. Adhering to a healthy dietary pattern as recommended in the Dietary Guidelines for Americans, or DGAs, is associated with a lower risk of major chronic disease and has healthcare cost-saving potential. Thus, aligning DC DOC food procurement with the DGAs is an equitable approach to improving nutrition security and diet-related disease disparities. As detailed in the DGAs, the core components of a healthy dietary pattern include vegetables of all types, whole fruits, whole grains, fat-free and low-fat, dairy and non-dairy alternatives, lean meats and plant-sourced proteins and oils. The healthy dietary pattern highlighted at the end of the 2020-2025 DGAs can help with menu planning and should not be limited to the healthy US style, but also incorporate improvements in plant-based menu offerings by integrating the healthy vegetarian and healthy Mediterranean style pattern as well. We support the proposal for DOC meals to be consistent with the DGAs. However, we note that the legislation as introduced cites the federal nutrition standards set forth in the DGAs. The DGAs do not actually include nutrition standards, but instead set dietary patterns as described above. We recommend that this section be clarified to state that nutrition standards for DOC meals must be established based on the DGAs. And furthermore, that these standards be prepared by or in consultation with an agency with nutrition expertise, such as DC Health. We're happy to see nutrient-dense foods defined and propose that this definition be incorporated into the standards to ensure nutrient-dense foods are adequately procured by and served in DOC facilities as part of the standard meal service and not limited to the Fresh Foods Fund. Nutrient-dense foods provide vitamins and minerals and other health-promoting components and have no or little added sugars, saturated fat, and sodium. This explicit requirement is a critical revision as research shows it is possible to achieve the healthy dietary pattern using ultra-processed foods, high consumption of which is associated with overweight and obesity, cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes, cancer, and all-cause mortality in adults. As a member of the DC Good Food Purchasing Program Coalition, the Redstone Center also strongly supports the alignment of these improved nutrition standards and the overall food service program for DOC with the other pillars of values-based procurement. Fresh Starts offers a meaningful step in building a sustainable and just food system in DC. We support its passage and look forward to working with the committee to strengthen its impact. In addition to my testimony today, we also submitted additional written comments to the record. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for working to bring more humane, high quality, and nutritious food service to the DOC. This legislation is not just about food, but also about improving the well-being of our neighbors at the DOC and investing in better health outcomes for returning citizens when it's time to come home. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And as a reminder to all panelists, if you can make sure that your Zoom name is your full name so we can see you to try to promote you to the panel, and then you get a invitation to be promoted. You have to affirmatively click OK. So we will go next to Melissa Wasser from ACLU-DC.
Thank you, Chair Pinto. Good afternoon. My name is Melissa Wasser, and I'm the Policy Counsel at the ACLU of DC. The ACLU of DC is committed to working to dismantle systemic racism, safeguard fundamental liberties, and advocate for sensible, evidence-based criminal justice policy. We're excited to testify in support of Bill 25-112, the Fresh Starts Act, which would set requirements for nutrient-dense food served in correctional facilities, require DOC to adopt the Good Food Purchasing Program, and strengthen oversight of food and nutrition in correctional facilities. While we support the legislation today, we ask the Council and this committee to implement legislative changes before markup to strengthen the legislation and ensure that all working incarcerated residents are compensated fairly for their labor. Passage of this bill is also critical to moving the DC jail away from a carceral approach to one that focuses on prevention, intervention, and rehabilitation. Edible food is a fundamental basic need that DOC has a constitutional duty to provide to all people in their facilities. The lack of access to healthy and edible food at the DC jail is not only a food safety issue, but an issue impacting district costs, health of residents, and racial justice. DC has one of the highest incarceration rates in the country, with approximately 1,500 DOC residents living and eating behind bars. 92.9% of those residents are Black. Black people and other people of color are disproportionately incarcerated and are also more likely to experience food insecurity, before, during, and after incarceration. Ward 7, where the jails are located, and Ward 8 are where 75% of the food deserts in DC are located. The wards that see the most over-policing by the district are also the most underserved in public and community safety and accessible and affordable nutritious food. While the bill has an important aim to improve oversight of food services and quality within DOC, greater oversight of DOC is still necessary. As I testified to during both performance oversight and budget oversight hearings, the same issues with food and overall conditions at the DC jail still remain. Residents inside the jail facilities are still being subjected to inhumane living conditions even after the US Marshals found systemic failures at the jail, including unsanitary living conditions and punitive denial of food and water. Residents housed at the DC jail deserve healthy and nutritious meals. However, we are concerned with DOC's ability to provide these meals given recent reports about the lack of medical care at the jail. A recent class action lawsuit alleges that people with serious medical conditions incarcerated at DOC routinely miss doses of medication and are forced to wait months or sometimes years for urgent medical care. How can the council ensure that DOC will comply with the nutritional standards in this legislation if they cannot provide incarcerated residents with their necessary medications and equipment? One way to ensure compliance is to improve oversight at DOC. Unfortunately, the mayor and the council's failure to fund the Corrections Oversight Improvement Omnibus Amendment Act of 2022, which had a fiscal impact of just $2.4 million over 4 years, means that there is currently no higher standard of oversight at DOC. We urge this committee to fully fund that bill and ensure that proper data is collected on the contracting and provisions of food services at DOC. The committee should also ensure that DOC provides timely, unrestricted access to locations where food is being prepared, consumed, or disposed of for oversight purposes. Finally, we urge this committee to update language in the legislation to reflect a true living wage for all residents engaged in labor within DOC. In a recent ACLU national survey, 70% of incarcerated residents from across the country said they were not able to afford basic necessities with their wages. This is because incarcerated workers typically earn little to no pay at all, earning on average between 13 cents and 52 cents per hour nationwide. Language should be updated to ensure incarcerated workers are paid prevailing wages no less than the DC minimum wage, and language should also be included in the bill to eliminate or limit wage deductions to no more than 20% of incarcerated workers' wages, solely to be used to cover any existing legal obligations. This is not the first and is likely not the last time that this community is advocating for change at the DC jail. In its oversight and legislative role, the council has the power and the responsibility to step in and improve conditions at the jail, including addressing the ongoing food crisis for the residents living and eating behind bars. We are ready to work with you and alongside partners to improve oversight at DOC and fight for the right of everyone held at the jail to be treated humanely. I look forward to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we will hear from Winnie Huston from DC Greens.
Good afternoon, council member. It's actually Houston, but thank you for calling on me. My name is Winnie Houston, food policy strategist for DC Greens, an organization that works to advance health equity in the district by building a just and resilient food system. I'm here today to support passage of the food regulation, ensures safety, and hospitality training aids reentry, transition, and success, the Fresh Starts Act of 2023. This bill is a groundbreaking, comprehensive tool to transform the DC Department of Corrections food service program. DC currently holds nearly 1,400 primarily Black DC residents in its jail complex, where they are subjected to an inhumane and unhealthy food system. We must act now to change this system. Every person is entitled to be treated with dignity, no matter their status. In 2021, DC Greens, in partnership with Don't Mute My Health, Friends and Family of Incarcerated People, and Impact Justice, hosted a series. I apologize. I'm hearing some feedback. I hope you're not. I'll continue.
I'm not sure what that's from, but you should be good now. If everybody can make sure that they're on mute while the witness testifies. Thank you, Ms. Houston.
We hosted a series of community conversations on DC jail food, which highlighted the inhumane meal program within DC jails and uplifted the voices of formerly incarcerated DC residents. Speakers shared firsthand accounts of how their physical and mental health significantly deteriorated during incarceration as a direct result of the food being served. They described food that was frequently rotten or unsafe to eat, and meals consisting primarily of refined carbohydrates and heavily processed meat. They also reported that water and food were routinely withheld as a means of punishment. Within the past few days, ANC Commissioner 7F08, Leonard Bishop, who is currently a resident in the DC jail, received 294 responses, digital and written, from fellow residents about the food currently being served in the DC jail. An initial review of the digital responses shows that conditions have not improved. Attached to my testimony is one survey pulled at random. We will forward all data to the committee as soon as is received from Commissioner Bishop. It is unconscionable to treat our fellow residents in this manner. The effects of poor nutrition and unsafe food in jails last much longer than the sentence for the individual, their friends and family, and local taxpayers. Studies show that a lack of adequate nutrition contributes to poor behavior and diminished mental and physical health. This type of degradation not only harms those incarcerated, it also increases risk and stress for workers in the jail. From a nutritional point of view, we can plainly see that the type of unhealthy food served in the DC jail is the exact type of meal that health experts are constantly warning against. Research shows that the medical costs associated with the treatment of chronic disease in DC is projected to average $3.8 billion per year by 2030. We must do better. Failure to provide healthy food to residents in the DC jail system is a violation of basic human rights and a violation of DC's promise to ensure racial equity in all government operations and practices. As this committee considers this bill and looks to reform the food environment in DOC facilities, please take a look at the practices of the Maine Department of Corrections. MDOC, which DC Greens and our partners have the pleasure of connecting with recently, employs the philosophy that if you treat people with respect, you get better outcomes. Correctional officers are trained in techniques that promote a non-adversarial relationship between themselves and residents while maintaining needed facility control. Residents are fed nutritious food, some of which is grown and cooked by residents, and there are workforce development programs to prepare residents for life outside the jails. Over the past 5 years, MDOC has gained the support of union employees due to the safer environment within the facilities. And the research shows that there's been an approximate 90% reduction in assaults. I can see my time is about to run. So what I want to really say is that this bill is the start of the change. And we as a government must do better. DC Green stands ready to help you in any way that we can, Madam Chair, and I am available to answer any questions.
Oh, hold on mute. Thank you very much, Ms. Houston. Appreciate it. Next, we will hear from Daniel Rosen, public witness.
Thank you, Chairwoman Pinto, council members, and I apologize for the technical issues. My name is Daniel Rosen. I offer my testimony today as a returning citizen, Award 1 resident, and as someone who spent about 1 year in the DC jail. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. During the year I spent there, I experienced the DOC's dietary malpractice every single day. Actually, 3 times a day when that meal tray shows up, and we as a city effectively tell the people there that we don't give a damn about them morning, noon, and night. We tell their families, who are also taxpayers, that we're not interested in their loved ones' well-being, and we force those families to support commissary profiteers if they want their loved ones to get enough to eat. As Winnie said, we have to do better. The food when I was there was often just inedible. The milk was regularly spoiled. Textured vegetable protein, quote unquote, undercooked beans, and unidentifiable meat masquerade as entrees. The meals show up cold regularly. And I will never forget the evening one gentleman found half a mouse buried in his meal. The contractor running the kitchen at Aramark is getting roughly $5 million taxpayer dollars a year to feed people garbage. That's $6 to $7 per person per day, and very little of that money actually ends up on the food tray. We can do a lot better by bringing food service back in-house, the way Maine has done, and partnering with local organizations and kitchens. This bill will also require people to get fresh fruits and vegetables regularly and bring the jail into compliance with accepted standards. And it gives people in the jail more of a say in what they eat by actually asking what they think. It sets up a task force to make sure that ongoing attention is paid to this issue also. Bringing food service back in-house also allows the DOC to use the kitchen as a training ground for job skills and workforce programs that, as you said, Chair Pinto, give people career foundations they can use when they get out. I hope the city's hospitality community will get behind this effort to expand career opportunities for some of our most underserved residents. A few years back, the district set up an infrastructure academy for the same kind of purpose, and now it's time that we look to the hospitality sector to support the creation of a similar hospitality academy that gives people stable and lucrative career paths coming home. The district is home to a thriving industry. It includes restaurants, bars, hotels, conventions, benefits, tourism, sports franchises, and a lot of socially active chefs and restaurateurs. It's an industry that can help people get back on their feet. I myself worked at 2 restaurants myself when I came home from prison in 2021 and 2022. And we need the industry as partners in this effort. Before I close, I want to mention the Central Cell Block, or CCB. Whether you're there for one day or several days awaiting arraignment, you'll eat bologna sandwiches for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The CCB food service contract costs taxpayers about $250,000 a year for bologna sandwiches. When healthy and nutritious, ready-to-serve meals are so widely available at a reasonable cost, bologna sandwiches are indefensible. This contract deserves the council's scrutiny, and it needs to be changed. Even if you don't care what people in the jail eat, the public health consequences and diet-related disease costs of the jail's nutritional negligence ought to give you pause. Feeding people starchy, carb-heavy diets is a great way to save money, and it's a great way to give people diabetes and other chronic illnesses. Then people turn to commissary foods because the institutional food service is so poor, and they're eating unhealthy, overpriced, ultra-processed, high-sodium foods that lead to other chronic illnesses. The DOC doesn't currently track these costs or consequences, but this bill will require that they do, so that we can see how penny-wise and pound-foolish our cruelty is. Yes, yes.
I'm so sorry. We're just a bit over time. We've got 50 witnesses today, so I want to make sure we keep moving, but I will come back at the end of this panel.
I'll wrap up in 2 sentences. It just shouldn't be controversial for us to agree that people deserve better than to be fed this way. People need to be treated like human beings, and food in the jail should help heal, not harm people. I appreciate you doing this. It matters, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Caitlin Holbrook, DC Justice Lab.
Hello, Chairperson Pinto, members of the committee and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony and for holding a hearing on this important bill. My name is Caitlin Holbrook, and I'm here to testify on behalf of DC Justice Lab and in support of the Fresh Starts Act of 2023, and to recommend the next steps to ensure that this bill meets its intent of reforming the food service program in the jails. For decades, the food in the jails has been egregious, and people have demanded change. The Fresh Starts Act is a long overdue first step in solving the overlooked, or as my colleagues at Impact Justice say, the hidden punishment of food in our jails. The food was one of many conditions people incarcerated in the old jail demanded to be changed during the 1972 uprising. And the result of that uprising was that the courts found that the overall conditions in the jail violated people's 8th Amendment rights. Since then, in our current jails, the CDF, the CTF, and CCB, the food service program has continued to be egregious. Articles, investigations, inspections, litigations, and testimonials beginning in 1976 when CDF was built up to present day report on many horrific conditions of eating inside the jails, including but not limited to vermin-infested food, food served on urine and feces-covered trays, food served at unsafe temperatures, food that is moldy or rotten, food that is of too little quantity, food withheld by correctional officers as punishment, serving food not adhering to people's religious beliefs, food prepared in unhygienic kitchens, and food thrown at people by correctional officers while being served. Food is intrinsically human. Nothing is more human than eating, cooking, or breaking bread with others. It is an easy way to dehumanize and degrade people and physically commit violence against them. Harm conducted by correctional officers, DOC directors, mayors, council members, and police officers is still harm. Violence committed against those in our jails is still violence in our city. The food at the DC jails lies at the intersection of many racially and socioeconomically unjust systems, including health, food, and public safety. The wards with the lowest health resources, the highest poverty rate, the highest policing and arrest, the largest food deserts, and the jails are also the wards with the largest population of Black DC residents. Food insecurity acts as both a contributing cause and consequence of incarceration. The Maine Department of Corrections, which are the leaders in corrections, food service reforms, and hospitality training, saw a decrease in violence in its facilities and a reduction in recidivism across the state when they began implementing changes to the food program, instilling agriculture and culinary training since 2019, as well as reducing the use of solitary confinement to less than 1% of the entire prison population beginning in 2015. The Maine DOC grows their own produce and bake their own bread. They provide certifications that are recognized outside of the corrections facility. And last year, in partnership with Brigade and Impact Justice, they piloted the Chefs in Prison project, which instituted a chef to oversee the self-operated kitchens in all Maine state prisons. Some of the goals of this program are to codify a program that can be used in any prison and to connect and prepare people to enter culinary jobs after release. I've included suggested changes to the bill text in my written testimony, but in particular, 3 provisions in the Fresh Starts Act should be amended. 1, all people working inside the jail should be paid for their labor and not just those that work in kitchen facilities. 2, oversight in the bill needs to be strengthened due to the lack of funding allocated to the Corrections Oversight Improvement Omnibus Act. And 3, there should be an added provision to streamline the process of requesting a specialty diet, particularly due to the addition of a plant-based diet option through the Fresh Starts Act. I've also included in my written testimony suggestions for funding for this bill. I appreciate the committee keeping the record open for those who are incarcerated and wish to provide testimony, and I urge you to continue to pursue feedback from people who are directly impacted. Specifically, I hope you continue to pursue a roundtable to provide more opportunities for feedback from currently and formerly incarcerated DC residents on the Fresh Starts Act. This bill will face some implementation challenges because of our decrepit jail facilities. The council, the DOC, and CGL, the architectural consultant for the new jail, must consult experts who know how to build institutional kitchens, such as for large restaurants, hotels, or universities. For instance, when I spoke to the Chefs in Prisons project leaders, they told me of entering the prison kitchen for the first time and observing how much of the kitchen was wasted space and how poorly used funds designed a non-functional and illogical kitchen. We can avoid these mishaps and ensure a facility that will house the hospitality program outlined in this bill by speaking to experts who design kitchens that are made to produce high quantities of quality meals. We assign moral meaning to ourselves and others through the food we do or do not eat and the food we do or do not serve, which could be why our desire to control and punish those we incarcerate extends to their food. The Fresh Starts Act fights against this inhumane practice of punishment through food and withholding food. This bill will make us safer and healthier, as food should heal and not harm. I thank you very much for your time, openness, and for introducing this long overdue bill, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you so much, Caitlin Holbrook. Iris Benson-Salzer, DC Justice Lab.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, committee members, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today at this important hearing. My name is Iris Benson-Salzer, and I'm Special Assistant to the Executive Director at DC Justice Lab. I'm here today to testify in support of the Fresh Starts Act of 2023. In my testimony today, I would like to highlight the potential this bill has to bring us closer to a goal that we all share: improving public safety in DC. The Council has an opportunity to implement legislation that could improve safety in our communities by improving conditions that exacerbate mental and physical ailments of those detained at the jail, and by providing incarcerated Washingtonians with increased opportunities for employment upon their release. Providing nutritious food to residents of the DC jail presents a long overdue opportunity to improve public health and safety in DC. Research has shown that a well-balanced, nutritious diet leads to lower levels of violence and aggression. Numerous studies have shown that nutrient-deficient diets, such as that seen in the DC jail and in correctional facilities nationwide, can lead to a wide variety of mental, physical, and behavioral health issues. These include, but are not limited to, depression, anxiety, aggression, antisocial behavior, brain fog, impaired neurodevelopment, high cholesterol, diabetes, high blood pressure, heart disease, gastrointestinal issues, stroke, thyroid issues, rapid weight gain, ulcers, IBS, bone loss, gastroesophageal reflux, kidney trouble, hormonal imbalances, hypertension, and cancer. These ailments are just the effects of the nutrition lacking nature of food served in the jail and do not begin to cover issues with sanitation, food safety, or portion size. And of course, it should be noted that these health issues do not simply stop when an individual is released from incarceration. Research has shown that just 4 weeks of consuming an unhealthy diet, such as that served in the jail, can leave lasting health effects. In 2022, the average amount of time people were detained at the DC jail was about 18 weeks, more than enough time to be subject to these lasting effects long after returning to the community. Compounding this problem is the fact that formerly incarcerated people are twice as likely to be food insecure. Lack of access to adequate nutrition can turn any sentence into a life sentence. A public health crisis at the DC jail is a public health crisis in DC. By investing in the health of our neighbors at the jail, we invest in the health and safety of our community. The culinary training program that this legislation would implement presents an opportunity to reduce recidivism and improve public safety. Upon release, participants in the program would have a culinary certification, which would provide them with skills and experience they need to enter the culinary industry and secure meaningful employment upon release.
Ms. Spencer-Sulzer, you're a bit over time, if I can ask you to wrap up as well.
Oh, I apologize. I thought I had 5 minutes, but maybe it was 3. Sorry about that.
One person representing an organization gets 5 minutes, but if there are multiple of the same organization, only one representative will get that 5, but you can finish up for the confusion.
Okay, got it. I apologize. I'll skim to the edge and include the rest of my written testimony. So there are countless reasons, both moral and practical, to implement this legislation. While I've chosen to highlight the potential of this bill to improve recidivism rates and public safety, I would also like to point out that this is simply the right thing to do. Thank you for your time, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you so much. Max Broad, DC Good Food Purchasing Program.
Hello, Councilmember Pinto. I am really excited to be here to testify on behalf of the DC Good Food Purchasing Program Coalition, the GFPP DC Coalition. I am speaking in my role as the elected co-chair of the coalition, and we'd like to express our strong support for the Fresh Starts Act of 2023. Just a little background, the DC GFPP Coalition consists of over 30 DC-based organizations committing to transforming public institutions' purchasing practices on food to create a transparent food system built on social justice and racial equality. To achieve this goal, we support a values-based food procurement program known as the Good Food Purchasing Program. Thank you for explaining that earlier in your introduction, Councilmember. The GFPP incentivizes institutions and local governments to leverage their buying power to support the program's 5 core values: local economies, environmental sustainability, valued workforce, animal welfare, and nutrition. Since 2017, GFPDC has worked to advance these values throughout the district. We were one of the most active supporters of the Healthy Students Amendment Act of 2018, which established GFPP implementation in school food purchasing. Our experiences in working alongside DC public schools for the last 5 years informs our firm advocacy for the Fresh Starts Act. The Fresh Starts Act offers an opportunity to improve the lives of incarcerated individuals in DC and advance our goals in support of social justice. Some of our favorite provisions in the bill include the requirements that all meals meet the dietary guidelines for Americans and the incentive to purchase nutrient-dense foods such as fruits and vegetables. Harnessing Department of Corrections purchasing via the GFPP to increase support for values-based procurement. This will make our food system more equitable and improve the health and welfare of individuals incarcerated at DOC facilities. Strengthening oversight of DOC food services and requiring regular public reporting on progress. We've learned from our work with DCPS that robust transparency and accountability, as well as regular assessments, are necessary to ensure food quality and safety goals are realized. Improved working conditions and job training for incarcerated food workers by requiring a living wage and offering hospitality and culinary arts training. So our coalition has worked closely with DCPS as it began implementing GFPP over the past 5 years. And based on this experience, we have several recommendations for the legislation that we believe will help the district achieve its goal for healthy equity, and sustainability. Starting with 1, expressly require transition to self-operated food services. We recommend that instead of making the task force identify steps to transition DOC to a self-operated food service model, the legislation should include a requirement that DOC move towards self-operating food services. Self-operating food services provide greater control over ingredient sourcing and menu planning, enabling the incorporation of more options that can meet the dietary needs and preferences of residents and better align with values-based purchasing. 2, require an urban farm to be incorporated into the new DOC facility design. We recommend that legislation be revised to express a requirement that DOC establish and operate an urban farm at DOC's new facility. Integrating agriculture spaces within the DOC facilities will offer educational, vocational, and therapeutic benefits to residents and serve as an additional source of fresh produce, contributing to the overall quality and diversity of meals served to incarcerated individuals. 3, narrow the scope of the Health Food and DC Correctional Facilities Task Force. Task Force required report has a large scope, which we fear will undercut the effectiveness of their work. Therefore, we recommend narrowing the report by removing provisions outside the scope of the Act. 4, ensure adequate support for Fresh Start's implementation. From our work supporting GFPP at DCPS, we've seen how crucial it is to have staff support in place to realize food procurement goals. We recommend that the committee ensure that this legislation is supported by new staff, including an FTE at DOC to oversee procurement of values-aligned food, an FTE dedicated to scratch cooking culinary training, and dedicated DOC staff time to support the task force. Our coalition firmly believes that this legislation represents a vital step towards transforming the food environment within DOC facilities and promoting a more compassionate, nutritious, and environmentally conscious approach to food in the carceral system. We're also submitting a letter of support for the Fresh Starts Act to the record for this hearing. Together, we can move a further step towards a future where an equitable, food sustainable system makes healthy, delicious food access to all district residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Max Broad. Next and last on this panel, we will hear from Taylor Newell, who speaks for me.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and other members of the council. Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, for allowing my organization to provide input in the drafting of this bill and for this opportunity to share why my organization supports the Fresh Starts Act of 2023. My name is Taylor Newell, and I'm the Executive Director of Who Speaks for Me, an advocacy and activist organization working to create alternatives to incarceration for women, girls, and LGBTQ+ people. I'm also a returning citizen and a survivor of the food at the DC jail. You'll hear from many returning citizens today, and the majority will be men. I'm here to offer perspective on how food at the DC's DOC facility impact women and LGBTQ people. The majority of women at the DC jail are of childbearing age, and many women are pregnant when they enter the DC jail, known as the Correctional Treatment Facility. While I was incarcerated at the DC jail, I watched pregnant women be denied access to healthy food. Women routinely gained enormous amounts of weight because of the overprocessed food that provided little nutrients. I witnessed women with diabetes be given sandwiches on white bread and other unhealthy snacks. Food is served on the unit from brown trays that are filthy, which makes the food even more difficult to consume. On numerous occasions, we would attempt to get juice, a juice-like substance from the cooler, and roaches would crawl out. While I was at the jail, I had a script. That's right, you need a prescription from medical for a high-calorie, high-protein diet, as I was severely underweight. I also had dietary restrictions because of allergies and medical conditions. In fact, I had stomach ulcers. Yet daily I was given trays with food I could not eat, and often my prescription was ignored. Thus, I lost more weight and became depressed and at times suicidal. These are just a few instances of how horrible the food and eating experiences at the DC jail. Incarceration is supposed to be rehabilitative. Yet when you feed people food unfit for a dog, there can be no rehabilitation because the message is that these citizens are unworthy of quality food. To add insult to injury, the same contractor, Aramark, that provides food for those detained also provides a higher quality food for officers and staff. Why? We support the Fresh Start bill. However, we would ask that the council make a concerted effort to include women and LGBTQ plus people for any third-party oversight committee, which we believe needs to be included in this bill. We also ask that when making decisions, women are also focused upon. Too often, research and findings about conditions at the DC DOC facility solely focus on men with lived experience. It is time that we improve the conditions at the DC jail for women as well. Just as importantly, workers need to be paid the standard minimum wage for DC, which is now $17 an hour, and that's all workers. I often paraphrase this quote by the late Justice Thurgood Marshall, which he wrote in a dissenting opinion. When people walk through the prisoner jail gates, they do not give up their fundamental constitutional rights. I believe access to quality, healthy food is a basic constitutional right. DC Fresh Starts bill should be passed and begin to set a national standard for healthy, quality food in carceral spaces. There is so much more I would like to say on this, but 5 minutes isn't enough. But because I have more time, I would like to also talk about CCB and the food there. When we keep talking about the DC DOC food, we seem to ignore CCB. There's a myth that the DC CCB is run by the Marshal Service. This is not the case. The DC DOC runs the CCB, and people are fed bologna sandwiches and cookies throughout the night and day. And this is just not acceptable. So with that being said, we support the bill with some additions, and I thank you for your time and look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you to everybody on this panel. Many of you have been very involved working with me and my team on developing this bill. And so I want to thank you for both your testimony here today, but your continued partnership as well for the months and months of working on this. And so thank you. This is a really exciting step forward, and I'm glad to hear a lot of the great recommendations and things that should be improved upon it to make it as comprehensive and impactful as I think we'd all like to see. I want to start with you, Ms. Newvell, for your comments about the kind of male-focused mindset that sometimes is present, not just in this context, but a lot of contexts in the city. But if you can speak kind of from your experience, if there are a couple examples of things that stand out, that things were implemented or reforms were talked about without taking into account the very real impact of women and kind of why that distinction is so important.
So I think you know about the programs that they offer at the men's facility. I believe it's like Brother or something like that. I can't remember the name of it, but it's only offered at the men's facility. This is an ongoing issue. For example, when I was teaching at the DC jail, Oprah Winfrey's magazine wanted to take photographs, have photographs taken of me teaching and of the women. And the women all signed a release, yet they were not allowed to be photographed. A couple months later, the men were photographed at the jail because they were doing a program on, I believe, going out to do cooking, learning to cook from DC Central Kitchen. To me, the reason was because women in incarceration is a dirty little secret. Nobody wants to see our unkept hair, the fact that our shirts are dirty because we don't have access to getting our clothes clean. There's not hair products for African-American women, or you can't afford it. And so that's one of the examples. I also will just note that a few months ago, there was a DOC oversight hearing, or it might have been last year, where Public Defender Service, whom I love, had audio recordings of the men they serve. Not one woman was represented. And so these are just a few of the examples. We have got to start paying attention. Go to the jail, talk to the women, look at the pregnant women, look at the women who've gained so much weight, and see what's happening. We're not afforded outside time, rec time. The men will rise up and be like, we want our rec time, but women aren't given enough opportunity for outside rec or to go to recreation. So that adds to them gaining weight and things like that. And in our society, as you said, and in this city, women are often ignored, but women are extremely ignored in the criminal legal reform space. And it's just time that we focus on that. And I'm here, my organization is here to weigh in anytime you need us. Thank you, Councilmember Brough.
Thank you so much. Those are really powerful and good examples of, again, to many of your points, just kind of basic dignity that people deserve, regardless of the context they're in. Miss Houston, you talked about something that was of particular concern with reports of people being denied food and water as additional punishment. I appreciate your comments about the Maine model and have done a lot of research on that model as a good example for us. But can you speak a little bit more to that punishment component? Because I think this is important as we try to make sure that everybody has access to high quality foods, that it is every day and every meal, not always sometimes.
Yes, ma'am. I can, speak to the reports from our community conversations, and I put a link into my testimony so that people could actually listen to people talking about their experience. I also believe that the U.S. Marshal Service report, and Caitlin, I see you nodding, and perhaps you can give me a reference, reported that this is a condition that has been going on at the DC jail. What we heard in those community conversations basically is that food is weaponized. You're punished by getting less of bad food. The water often is not potable. So it's, there are more poignant than I could make is to listen to the returned citizens who spoke during our community conversations. I will say also, Madam Chair, there are going to be a number of witnesses later this afternoon who can talk to you specifically about their experience, and I encourage you to lift up their voice.
Okay, thank you. Max Broad, thank you as well for all of your partnership in improving food standards in our schools and other contexts around the city, and for this bill specifically. Can you elaborate a little bit on what you were talking about with the urban farm facility, and if there is a viable avenue you think to tie that into the job training component so that people can have more exposure to farming and food production in our joint effort to then also make sure that there's quality food being served at the jail?
Yeah, great question. So we're really grateful for this thinking of the urban farm, and what we're asking is that it be made an explicit requirement of the new design for the facility, that the urban farm be included. Of course, it's very holistic thinking that this is not just about providing food that is fresh and healthy for people who are incarcerated, but also, providing avenues for people to have a more holistic connection with nature and the food systems and where the food comes from, but also very much indeed the professional and vocational training that can come from people who have experience developing growing the food and getting their hands dirty. So yeah, it's something that we're very much in support of. And I think we wrote about it in the letter that we added comments on, of just like making sure that people who grow the food have access to it first.
Great idea. Okay, thank you very much. We'll definitely be in touch about that component. And Daniel Rosen, I appreciate your sharing your personal experience. That is really instructive to this process to make sure that we are hearing from folks, both who are currently serving sentences, but also who've returned. And so we can get a really holistic sense of how we can make improvements. And appreciate your comments about the need to improve standards with the food. But can you speak specifically to this hospitality training idea? You were the first to really bring this idea to the forefront last year during a hearing, and I know we've been able to have some follow-up conversations since then. But I think it's a really novel and important kind of model, and just wanted to give you another chance to articulate a little bit kind of your vision for how that could be most effective.
Thanks, and I appreciate your receptivity to that idea and including it here as an essential component of this bill. I think it would be a lost opportunity to not make this reform also extend into using the kitchen and using culinary and hospitality as a job training effort and as a skills building effort. we have such a, COVID has changed the landscape a little bit, but I think we have in this city such a robust industry and sector in hospitality in so many different areas that offers so many potential career paths for people. It won't appeal to everybody. But given the breadth of the industry here, given the strength of the industry, the very large tourist base, the very large convention and sports sectors, for instance, I think these are employers that tend to hire people by the dozens, very large groups of hiring that go on. And I think this is the jail and returning citizens and people there is a population that those industries don't often look to for job skills training, for hiring. And I think there can be a lot stronger connection between our hospitality industry and the city, which is really, I mean, the city's real economic engine. And that population that is really often the most in need of that kind of skills training and that kind of reemployment opportunities once they're coming home. So very grateful to you for including it. Happy to help think about how this might work in greater detail. I love that we have a model in some ways in the Infrastructure Academy, and I think we have the right partners in this city. With some of the ones that we've talked about before and some of the folks here today to really make this a reality.
Definitely. Okay, well, thank you so much. And thank you all. And I want to give just a special shout out to Caitlin Holbrook as well, because you were in that first conversation, moderating the discussion with family and friends of incarcerated people that I was so moved by. And you did such a great job of bringing to the forefront people's experience with what they were seeing with food at the jail. And just want to thank you for your leadership and pushing us forward for this reform today. So it's a very good step. Thank you. Thank you all on this panel. Appreciate you, and we'll continue the conversation.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you. We are now going to move to our next panel of public witnesses. We have many folks from DC Central Kitchen signed up to testify. Our representative from DC Central Kitchen is Beverly Wheeler, Ed D from DC Central Kitchen, Walter Davis, Norman Jenkins, Dietrich Trent, Jeffrey Rustin, Gregory Church, all from DC Central Kitchen. If you're here, we will seek to promote you. Also on this panel, Jesse Silverman, Center for Science in the Public Interest, and Casey Anderson, Council for Court Excellence. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The DC Central Kitchen team is all together, so we'll just sort of stand up and go in front of the camera if that's okay with you.
Sure.
Great. Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, and thank you for holding this hearing on the Fresh Starts Act and for the opportunity for us to testify. I'm Dr. Beverly Wheeler, Chief Knowledge Officer for the DC Central Kitchen. I'm here today joined by my fellow colleagues to testify on behalf of this act. The legislation before us is broad and comprehensive. I will limit my comments to federal nutrition standards, the Good Food Purchasing Policy, the Healthy Foods and DC Correctional Facilities Task Force, and hospitality careers. A recent report published by Brown University Public Health quotes a study of state and federal prisoners reported that half of those incarcerated have a chronic health condition. Furthermore, there are higher rates of incarceration for Black and Hispanic populations, and by extension, racial and ethnic minorities are about 2 times more likely to have chronic disease. The absence of proper nutrition in prisons is a human rights issue. We know from local experience that a high percentage of residents in Wards 7 and 8 have very high rates of chronic diet-related illnesses due to the lack of access to healthy, affordable food. They also have a life expectancy 10 years shorter than residents who have access to healthy food. This legislation seeks to provide all DOC detainees with daily meals that meet or exceed federal nutrition standards. We applaud the 5 core values laid out by the Good Food Purchasing Program. In 2019, DC Central Kitchen completed the full in-depth GFPP audit process, compiling thousands of documented purchases and committing nearly 100 hours of staff time to the effort. Good food purchasing program required assessment is extremely labor intensive, imposing an administrative burden that can be extremely difficult for small businesses and local organizations to meet. Our community has been clear in its desire to diversify food procurement so it benefits more DC residents, small businesses, and nonprofits. Food quality, vendor responsiveness, local hiring, community input are raised time again. And these concerns do not always easily translate to the national and international third-party certifications often prioritized by GFPP. GFPP can be a helpful tool in framing and elevating discussions, and we should not be afraid to set our own priority standards and accountability measures when we find the DC needs and aspirations lay outside the formal structure of GPP. The large amount of local dollars required to implement this legislation demand that we do not put in place a law that precludes small businesses, minority businesses, and nonprofit organizations from participating. Clearly, DC Central Kitchen believes in the transformational power of culinary training. The legislation suggests that the soon-to-be created task force will make recommendations and a report to establish a hospitality and culinary career training and education program. We at DC Central Kitchen stand ready to share our proven expertise in this area should that be desired. Creating a task force that includes individuals with lived experience is always good policy. The goals are large, bold, and commendable. However, I would caution against burdening the members to develop such an intricate and critical plan in 1 year. Thank you, and I'm available to answer questions, any questions you may have, and I will yield my seat to the next person on the list, should you name them.
Great, thank you so much, Spiller. Next up on our list is Walter Davis from DC Central Kitchen. Following Walter Davis, we have Norman Jenkins. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Walter Davis III, and I represent DC Central Kitchen. We support the Bill 25-112, Fresh Start Act. I was affected from family and friends being in the jail. Guys that I met in the 801 shelter and strangers burning out were either finishing sentences and came home small from not eating. Most of the conversation always led towards when do we eat? I had to share a lot of my personal food with ex-inmates because if I didn't, they have and will steal from me. But until they are approved from stamps, they suffer from missing a decent meal frequently. The guys who are classmates here at DC Central Kitchen who have done time in the county jail have a rule: don't eat the food. The meat is a mystery meat, and I'm concerned that maybe one day I have to experience jail and the tragedy of malnutrition. In closing, inmates generally have to rely on commissary to survive because the menu cannot be trusted. Thank you for letting me share it.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Next up, Norman Jenkins, DC Central Kitchen.
My name is Norman Jenkins, and I'm an alumni of the DC Central Kitchen Culinary Job Training Program, as well as a staff of DC Central Kitchen. As well as I'm a returning citizen, and I spent some time up DC jail / CTF back in 2020, 2021 and the food was, horrible. It caused me to have mental health breakdowns, because that's one thing we look forward to when you're in those situations is your meals. And when the meals come cold, they don't have good nutrition to them, and it was just a situation that caused me to be really dysfunctional in my everyday living part of my life. And the commissary was even worse because of all the high protein, not protein, but the high cholesterol and the high sodium that's in the food. And that was a struggle just to afford some of the commissary that they did have. And it was, every lunch you
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Did you have anything further? You appear frozen. I'm not sure if it's me or you. Okay, DC Central Kitchen, folks, I'm gonna ask you to reload, maybe close out and rejoin. And in the meantime, we will move to Jesse Silverman from Center for Science in the Public Interest. And we'll come back to the DC Central Kitchen folks. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Jessie Silverman. I'm a registered dietitian and senior policy associate with the Center for Science in the Public Interest, also known as your food and health watchdog. CSPI is a national nonprofit public health advocacy organization based here in DC. I oversee CSPI's advocacy to improve the food environment in public institutions, including prisons and jails, at the federal, state, and local level. Thank you to the committee for this opportunity to testify regarding the Fresh Starts Act of 2023. CSPI strongly supports the Fresh Starts Act, and we are grateful to Councilmember Pinto for your leadership on this legislation. Everyone deserves access to healthy and appetizing food, but this ideal is far from reality for many incarcerated people in the United States, and the district is no exception. In 2020, I facilitated an expert work group on behalf of CSPI that identified many opportunities to improve food and nutrition in U.S. prisons and jails. Our ongoing dialogue with key stakeholders across the country continues to affirm our position that there is an urgent need to raise standards for health and quality in correctional facility food service. In short, the current system prioritizes the lowest cost over the health and dignity of people in custody. The DC DOC food service contract costs approximately $6 to $8 per person per day, including food and non-food expenses. With these kinds of financial constraints, it is not surprising that correctional facilities often fall short of providing a healthy dietary pattern. Inadequate resources and oversight also contribute to meals that are improperly cooked, contain spoiled food, and are generally unappetizing. During the 2021 community conversation series about DC jail food, individuals who were formerly incarcerated in DC DOC facilities shared experiences that echo these national trends. The state of jail food in DC has implications for health equity. As you know, Black individuals are disproportionately incarcerated in DC, representing 90% of DOC residents compared to 45% of the DC population. Black DC residents are also burdened with higher rates of chronic disease that can be influenced by diet. The food conditions in DOC facilities can exacerbate or mitigate these disparities. I want to acknowledge that to have the greatest impact on health equity, our ultimate goal in this realm should be to reduce the number of people incarcerated. At the same time, it is vital that we minimize harm to people already involved in the criminal legal system and ensure their healthy return to their communities. To that end, the Fresh Starts Act would enact several critical measures to improve food quality and conditions for DOC residents, including requiring that meals meet the dietary guidelines for Americans and stronger oversight of jail food service operations. As a proud member of the DC Good Food Purchasing Program Coalition, CSPI also supports the bill's provisions for the DOC to adopt the GFPP. Examples from other, I got something back, sorry. So go. try again. Examples from other jurisdictions demonstrate the feasibility of similar policy changes to improve food purchasing and service in correctional facilities. A 2013 executive order in the state of Washington established nutrition guidelines for food served in all state facilities, including state prisons. This led to a partnership between the DOC and Department of Health to develop healthier menus that included larger portion sizes and greater diversity of vegetables, more servings of fruit, whole grains, lean and plant-based proteins like fish and beans, and fewer servings of high-salt snacks and desserts. A 2014 executive order in the city of Philadelphia established nutrition standards for all food purchased and served by city agencies, and the city's Department of Public Health worked with their Department of Prisons to incorporate the city's nutrition standards into its subsequent RFP to ensure the new food service provider could meet the standards. Public health officials also helped the new vendor to train food service staff and reviewed menus for compliance with the nutrition standards. Several local correctional facilities have also begun implementing the GFPP, which provides a metric-based flexible framework for institutions to source food that aligns with 5 values, as we've heard earlier today. Cook County, Illinois incorporated GFPP into a recent solicitation for a jail food service provider prompted by a resolution adopting GFPP in all county agencies. The city and county of Denver similarly incorporated GFPP into a jail food service solicitation based on a mayoral executive order adopting GFPP citywide. The city and county of San Francisco, as well as Alameda County, California, have also adopted GFPP in their local jails. By passing the Fresh Starts Act, DC can build on these achievements and become a leader in the growing movement to ensure incarcerated people have access to healthy food and can eat with dignity. CSPI urges the committee and the full council to pass the Fresh Starts Act as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I am available for any questions.
Thank you so much, Silverman. All right, we will go back to our DC Central Kitchens folks. Mr. Jenkins, if you had some more to your testimony, you can go ahead. You started cutting off when you were talking about the cholesterol levels of the food. But if you could take yourself off of mute. Should be at the bottom left.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Thank you. Go ahead,
Yes,
Mr. Jenkins.
well, the cholesterol, yes, ma'am, as well as the cholesterol level, excuse me, and the sodium level too. Cause, me to get high blood pressure and all those kind of things. And, and like I was saying, the commissary was just as worse than the original, actually the food, because for all those, all those additives and stuff in it. But I mean, that was just basically some of the experience that I had, experience while I was up at DC jail. And we are in support of the Fresh Start Act of 2023, which is long overdue. With that, I'd like to thank you for letting me share and for bringing this this act to the forefront of the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up, Beatrice Trent from DC Central Kitchen.
Actually, we're going to have Mr. Gregory Church.
Great. Gregory Church from DC Central Kitchen.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Gregory Church, and I'm also an employee of DC Central Kitchen and graduated also. My testimony is, it's been a while since I've been at DC jail. When I was there, the food was so bad that, we just didn't need it. We didn't need it. And then they had something to eat. That still wasn't right. Something was wrong with that. And as far as since I've been home or during my time incarcerated, it had been plenty of dudes come in prison or come in jail as young. And then when they leave with some type of medical condition. And I have experienced the same thing myself. I was wondering why they call us returning citizens, they should be called us returning patients, because it's terrible the way that they feed a human being. And I worked in the kitchen for a few years, and most of the products was coming in the door. I read on one box that it said this food right here is not consumption for the human being, and they still feed us, and that ain't right. I have very little to say, but I just want to let you know that the food ain't proper for a human. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other folks from DC Central Kitchen, either DHS Trent or Jeffrey Reston, testifying today?
No, they had to go. We're a functioning organization. They had to go to a meeting. So the four of us here are it. So thank
Understood.
you.
No problem. I know you've got a lot of great work going on. Thank you very much. Next and last on this panel, we will hear from Casey Anderson from Council for Court Excellence.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Casey Anderson, and I am the Policy and Communications Manager for the Council for Court Excellence. Please note that in accordance with our policy, no judicial member of CCE participated in the formulation or approval of this testimony. I'm here today to testify in support of the Food Regulation Ensures Safety and Hospitality Specialty Training AIDS Reentry, Transition, and Success Act of 2023. The Fresh Starts Act aims to make several important and needed changes at the DC Department of Corrections, aiming to ensure that individuals incarcerated at the DOC receive nutrient-dense foods, establishing the Healthy Food in DC Correctional Facilities Task Force, and including an urban farm within the design of any new or remodeled DC jail facility, among other things. CCE supports the Fresh Starts Act, but also believes that the work of the Healthy Food in DC Correctional Facilities Task Force must be done in collaboration with other locally focused task forces, including the District Task Force on Jails and Justice. While the Healthy Food in DC Correctional Facilities Task Force has very clear and specific goals, not every element of this task force and its work requires nutrition expertise. Many pieces have distinct overlap with recommendations of and work being done by others in the community already. For example, in regards to including an urban farm in any new DC jail facility, we must consider that the pre-planning for the new correctional annex has already begun, with CGL companies selected as the consultant tasked with conducting the work. Waiting for the Fresh Starts Act to pass before advocating for the building of an urban farm will be too late. By collaborating with the District Task Force on Jails and Justice, we'll be able to move towards the changes outlined in the bill in a more timely fashion and increase our chances of successfully including an urban farm in the plan for the new correctional annex. The bill also aims to improve oversight of food services and quality at the DOC. While this is an important and necessary change, improved oversight that is limited to food safety, services, and quality will not achieve holistic, strengthened, and transparent oversight at the DOC. In April 2023, news broke about a class action lawsuit against the DOC by the Washington Lawyers Committee. The class action lawsuit alleges that people with serious medical conditions incarcerated at the DOC routinely miss life-saving doses of medication and are forced to wait months or years for urgent medical care. How can we ensure that the DOC will comply with the nutritional standards set forth in this bill if the department, as the suit alleges, cannot provide incarcerated individuals with life-saving medication? The district had an opportunity to establish the necessary foundation to ensure that there was strengthened, accountable, and transparent oversight at the DOC when it passed the Corrections Oversight Improvement Omnibus Amendment Act of 2022, which would have paved the way for the successful implementation of the oversight measures outlined in the Fresh Starts Act. However, district leaders failed to fund the legislation in the fiscal year 2024 budget. By failing to fund the Corrections Oversight Improvement Omnibus Amendment Act, DC did not establish the more robust standard of oversight necessary to support the Fresh Starts Act. For example, The Corrections Oversight Improvement Omnibus Amendment Act of 2022 includes a reporting requirement on the contracting for and provisions of food services in the DOC. Had the district funded the Corrections Oversight Improvement Omnibus Amendment Act of 2022, we would have been able to collect and gather data on the contracting for and provisions of food services a fiscal year earlier, laying the foundation for the additional data collection outlined in the Fresh Starts Act. My testimony today reflects CCE's desire to ensure these critical reforms are enacted effectively and thoughtfully, with maximum positive impact for our incarcerated neighbors, loved ones, and friends. We hope the district will move forward to enact this legislation while also making updates to ensure the Healthy Food in DC Correctional Facilities Task Force works closely with the District Task Force on Jails and Justice, and to strengthen and expand the oversight provisions. This concludes my testimony. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. Mr. Davis, I was going to turn to you, but it looks like the DC Central Kitchen folks may be off. Ms. Wheeler, if you can let me know if you're all still here. Otherwise, I want to ask you, Ms. Silverman, if you mentioned briefly California and Philadelphia, and if you could pull out a couple of things from those models that you thought were done particularly well that we can improve upon this legislation with, that would be helpful.
Sure. So in Philadelphia, there in 2014, the mayor at the time issued an executive order that established evidence-based nutrition standards that apply to all city agencies in Philadelphia. And so the Department of Prisons, the executive order applied to the Department of Prisons. So at the time, the Department of Prisons was in the middle of a contract. So they had to wait to really implement the nutrition standards until the contract expired. And at that time, they identified that to best implement the nutrition standards, they had to move to a new food service contractor and worked with them to incorporate the nutrition standards into the contract. The Department of Public Health worked closely with the Department of Prisons to educate the vendor and work with the vendor to educate their staff. So that, doing that really thoughtfully as far as, what comes after policy adoption, all the things you need to think through for effective implementation, especially when there's a contractor involved. And then there are a couple of counties in California that have adopted the Good Food Purchasing Program, as we have done for the school district here in DC, and we're proposing to do for the Department of Corrections. They're in the early stages, I think, of collecting baseline data for their initial GFPP assessment in those counties. So it looks pretty similar to the way we've adopted GFPP in the school district here.
Okay, thank you so much. That's really helpful. And Casey Anderson, I appreciate your comments about not waiting for a whole nother year. And I know you all done a lot of work and probably very frustrating for a bunch of different capacities when we see that. And so I hear you on the urban farming component. But in terms of the task forces, I think this is a really important idea that in this context, but frankly, in a lot of contexts in the government, we need to do a better job of not just setting up duplicative task forces when there's already efforts going on. So can you speak specifically to the DC Task Force of Jails and Justice, and if you think that may be a better avenue to loop in some of this work within that, or how you envision that working most effectively?
Absolutely. So I think that the Healthy Foods in DC Correctional Facilities Task Force in many ways has very clear and specific nutrients and healthy foods goals. And the task force right now, the District Task Force on Jails and Justice, doesn't necessarily have the expertise that's envisioned in the Healthy Foods Task Force. I read through the bill and I saw the different nutritional experts. And so I think in that ways, this new task force is very well suited to do that work in a way the District Task Force on Jails and Justice might not necessarily be because of its membership. But I think that pieces of what this task force is looking to accomplish in terms of oversight or in terms of accountability and advocating for, a kitchen space in the new correctional annex that will allow the goals of this legislation to really be achieved and actualized. I know other folks were talking about the, making sure that the space is used and it's designed in a way to where there can be classes and folks can learn some of these culinary skills. The task force has already done a lot of really deep community engagement work around what folks want to see in this new correctional annex. They hosted a series of community conversations last summer and talked to over 200 DC residents and prioritized those most directly impacted and sort of got their preliminary thoughts and feelings on what they wanted to see in this new correctional annex. And so I think to the extent the Healthy Foods Task Force work is thinking through, what does this food space look like? What does a dining area look like? What does a cafeteria look like, right? Or thinking through, how do we create green space where we can grow our own vegetables? I think that's where the District Task Force on Jails and Justice is really well suited to help plug in a collaborative nature with the Healthy Foods Task Force.
Got it. Okay, thank you so much. That is very helpful, and I look forward to partnering with you on how to get that balance right and what we put in the legislation versus what we can partner with kind of through other agreement. So thank you. Thank you to everybody on this panel. I appreciate you all being here and the work that you do. We are going to move on to our third panel, where we will hear from Leslie Sobel from Food and Prisons, Ivory Haight, public witness, Deshaun Hamilton, public witness, Dyrell Muhammad, public witness, Jonna Parker, public witness, Ronesha Duran, public witness, Melissa Springer, public witness, and Daniel Dudley, public witness. And Leslie Sobel, when you're ready, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto and council members, for the opportunity to testify in support of the Fresh Starts Act. My name is Leslie Sobel. I manage the Food and Prison Project at Impact Justice, and I am the lead author of Eating Behind Bars, a national report that exposes the consequences and conditions of food in U.S. carceral facilities, published in 2020. I am also a resident of Ward 6 who has lived within walking distance of my neighbors at the jail for over 14 years. I cannot overstate the urgency of the need for the Fresh Starts Act to address the crisis of food in the DC jail facilities. Community members who have spent time in the DC jail report a myriad of problems with food service. We've heard that food is prepared and consumed in unsanitary conditions, that portion sizes are inappropriate for grown adults, and that food items are moldy, dangerously undercooked, or otherwise inedible. Our neighbors have shared that meals are high in refined carbohydrates and low in nutrient-dense foods like fruits and vegetables and quality protein. This is a diet proven to cause or exacerbate the conditions like an increase in body weight, increased inflammation, and blood sugar fluctuations that lead to chronic illnesses like diabetes, heart disease, and hypertension, as well as weaken the immune system. Basically, in addition to serving time, those in the DC jail are sentenced to a higher risk of poor health and early death. And it's not just physical illness. A lack of critical nutrients can also cause long-term mental health issues, from depression to impaired decision-making to aggressive behavior. We know that the human brain is still in active development until the age of 26. And according to data published by the DC DOC in January of 2023, nearly half of those in custody are under the age of 30. It is terrifying to think about the damage of a diet insufficient in critical vitamins and minerals on a young person whose brain is still developing. Then there are the behavioral impacts of hunger, the physical and mental discomfort that results from hunger, an all too familiar state for those in the jail who are chronically deprived of sufficient food or who go hungry from food that is too unpalatable to eat. If you've ever felt hunger, and I'm sure most of us listening today have, then you know it leaves one irritable and prone to volatility, which is not exactly the best state of mind for reflection on choices or personal growth. It is essential to mention that a growing body of research shows strong connections between food and trauma experienced by so many people who are or have been incarcerated, as well as between food and substance use, with which over 80% of incarcerated individuals struggle. While a nutrient-dense diet full of fresh fruits and vegetables can help people heal from trauma and substance use, the food currently served in the DC jail can actually increase cravings for sugar, fat, and addictive substances, perpetuating a cycle of unhealthy coping skills and leading to further health complications. Food can be used to communicate messages of love and care, but the food served in the DC jail is sending the opposite message, that the people eating it are not worthy of health and well-being. It is sending the message that our incarcerated community members, that DC's parents, partners, siblings, children, and friends are disposable. We can and must do better. We know that it is possible to take a different approach to food in correctional facilities, an approach that values nourishment over convenience and corporate profit. You've already heard about the Maine Department of Corrections from several of my colleagues, which has invested in the health and well-being of its residents through high-quality garden programs that provide abundant fresh produce to the kitchens, and by procuring many food items from local producers who provide quality products at a mutually agreeable price. But perhaps most importantly, the Maine DOC leverages the knowledge and talent of people who actually know the power of food. Two of the leaders in their agency's food operations are first, before they are DOC staff, an organic farmer and a classically trained chef. These leaders have pushed the DOC to treat food as not just legally mandated calories and macronutrients, but as a pathway to healing, personal growth, and positive connections to community. The Maine DOC has also chosen to partner with outside organizations like ours to bring in innovative food-centered programming, like our Chefs in Prisons initiative that places professional chefs in correctional facilities to provide high-quality culinary training to incarcerated kitchen staff, elevating food service for the entire population while readying individuals for employment in the culinary world after release. Passing the Fresh Starts Act would poise DC to take a similar approach focused on health and wellness. It would also allow for much needed increased transparency and community oversight, making it more possible to hold the DC DOC accountable for the consequences of the food it serves. The food in the DC jail harms our incarcerated neighbors, and that harm ripples out to families, neighborhoods, and our city as a whole. We continue to improve food in our schools and food assistance programs, and we must extend these efforts to the DC jail. Nourishing food is a human right, and that right does not stop at the door of the jail. The Fresh Starts Act is a meaningful step in this direction. Thank you, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Sobel. And we have a few folks who aren't here yet, so we're going to add some of the folks from panel 4 to this panel as well, just to give people a heads up. We will now move to Jana Parker, public witness.
Hi, my name is actually pronounced Jana Parker, and I am with, no worries. And I am the executive director of PG Changemakers. We're a grassroots organization in Prince George's County that focuses on racial and social justice issues. I'm also a Prince George's County resident, and as we know, we are neighbors, and a lot of our residents at times serve time within DC jail. And we are extremely concerned about the food in DC jails, particularly because we ourselves have partnered and we have a coalition and where we are actually focusing on food in jails within PG County. Oh, I hear echo. Within Prince George's County. We feel like food in jails should heal, not harm. That's the title of our coalition. And one of the things that we have found is that many of our incarcerated individuals that we have surveyed have stated the same issues outlined by many of the previous speakers about their time in Prince George's County jails as well as in DC jails. Little food, very inadequate portions, as well as poor nutritional value, which not only creates health issues, but also exacerbates those health issues. So that when they come out of incarceration, they have a lot of issues health-wise that can stunt their ability to find good quality work or remain employed because of that. Additionally, we do support any legislation that would be around helping the incarcerated individuals come out with skills related to food and agriculture and nutrition that would help them get jobs on the when they come out of incarceration. Subsequently, we are speaking in support of this based on not only our own information and surveys that we've done within our particular program, and we are looking to mirror this bill within Prince George's County, and so that we are in total support.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it. Next, we will hear from Melissa Springer, public witness.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Hello, my name is Melissa Springer. I know people who have been incarcerated. I know people who are currently incarcerated, and I know and work with returning citizens. One of the issues they talk about is the food that is served in DC jail. Many of those held at the DC jail have expressed concerns about the food provided, saying they only have access to processed food, which is sometimes expired, and that it is occasionally withheld as punishment. The food also makes inmates constipated when they eat it for the first time. The way the food is served isn't sanitary. the food is served on a dirty tray. And if a correctional officer is sweating while serving the food, the sweat drips into the food. And I've also have heard from people I, currently advocate for that's incarcerated, because about how sometimes they would see roaches in their food. The kitchen isn't sanitary, it's dirty. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much, Ms. Springer.
You're welcome.
Next, we will hear from Daniel Dudley, public witness.
Hello, Chairperson Pinto, committee members, and the staff of the Committee of Judiciary and Public Safety. And thank you for holding this hearing on the Fresh Starts Act of 2023. My name is Daniel Dudley, and I'm a passionate advocate for animal welfare and environmental sustainability, interning at DC Votes for Animals Education Fund, as well as an incoming senior at McKinley Tech High School. DC Voters for Animals Education Fund is an organization that seeks to advance animal protection and strengthen the relationship between DC residents and animal species. We support the Fresh Starts Act as a tool for making DC a better city inside and out. Inside, it creates better conditions for a carceral system that has been failing those in the custody of the state. The Fresh Starts Act helps provide a nutritional foundation and vocational leg up for people who are incarcerated, demonstrating our values and leadership as a city. Outside, the policy helps transform a food system that has similarly been failing us. This bill helps us live into a more compassionate, sustainable food system. These are the reasons we sign onto the Fresh Starts vision for transforming our food system. The GFPP's 5 core values. The GFPP's core values surround local economies, nutrition, valued workforce, environmental sustainability, and animal welfare. The DC VFA Ed Fund is a member of the DC GFPP Coalition, made up of over 30 organizations committed to changing the way our institutions purchase food. The Fresh Starts Act recognizes the importance of the GFPP and has moved to implement these core values within DC's correctional facilities. We value GFPP for its assistance in helping DC transition away from inhumane conditions and environmental destruction of factory farming, animal for meat, and CAFOs, and making plant-based nutrition a key tool in our climate and health toolbox, and establishing an urban farm. This fantastic opportunity not only cultivates fresh and sustainable food, it cultivates vocational skills and a therapeutic connection with food and nature. Self-operating kitchens. These increase awareness of adaptability to people's dietary needs and culturally relevant meals, reduce dependence on processed foods, and increase ownership of food and nutrition within the kitchen. This will empower the bill's requirement that dietary restrictions or requirement based on health or medical need or religious or cultural belief, including a plant-based food option as the main course. Fresh Foods Fund. This would support the purchase of healthy and nutrient-dense foods, especially fruits and vegetables. Food that is procured purely on a least cost basis can be detrimental to health and society. This fund helps align food purchasing with our city's values. The Fresh Starts Act, in conjunction with the GFPP, offers a unique opportunity to create a positive impact not only on the lives of these within the correctional system, but also on the broader community and environment we can all strive to thrive in. As a young advocate for animal welfare, I believe that this is the crucial step towards building a better world for all. Thank you, council members, for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Thank you so much. Next, we will hear from Noah Barth from Pennsylvania Prison Society. And then just in the queue, we'll have Maya Patterson, Kiana Johnson, Demetria Ballard Bay, Derek Ballard Bay, and Jordan Toney. Go ahead, Noah Barth.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and council members. My name is Noah Barth, and I'm the Prison Monitoring Director for the Pennsylvania Prison Society. Since 1787, our organization has monitored conditions, treatment, and services inside of our state's 62 county and 23 state prisons. We are an independent nonprofit granted authority by state statute to meet privately with and inspect the living quarters of anyone in custody. We're inside of our prisons every week, meeting with incarcerated individuals who ask for our help, and we regularly conduct monitoring walkthroughs at correctional facilities. I'm here today to testify in support of the Fresh Starts Act of 2023 based on our experience here in Pennsylvania. The deplorable nature of prison food has been common knowledge for so long that even organizations like ours have taken it for granted. This changed for us in March of 2021 when then Secretary of Corrections Wetzel stated that a pandemic era closure of dining halls and movement to in-cell food service would be made permanent. Our office received a surge in letters and calls from people in prison reporting a further decline in food quality. In the interest of time, I'll skip over the intensive work and advocacy we have done to address shortfalls in Pennsylvania prison food service, as well as successes to date, as they are detailed in my written testimony. Suffice to say for the moment that the quality and health impact issues of my fellow witnesses have spoken about today are echoed here in Pennsylvania. Regarding the Fresh Starts Act, we are especially encouraged by the inclusion of regular inspection and continual quality improvement of food service. As our recent experience has shown, active oversight of jails and prisons is essential for change. Last week, in direct response to our monitoring and advocacy efforts, the Philadelphia Department of Prisons publicly committed to closing the 18-hour gap between dinner and the next day's breakfast by 3 hours. This is a major step in addressing the pervasive hunger in that city's prisons. We believe that a successfully operated prison and individuals' successful return to their communities begins with ensuring dignity and basic health during incarceration. Food is essential. I got the same echo everyone gets at some point. Food is essential to our existence as humans and our experience as social beings. It is also the key to our physical condition. Prisons are unhealthy by design. They lack adequate light, airflow, and the ability to move. Their purpose as spaces of confinement runs counter to our biology. While we can debate how necessary this is on security grounds, there is no such argument to be made for food. Simply put, we do not have to accept unpalatable or nutrient deficient food. Unfortunately, the most important stakeholder on this issue cannot be here today, the individuals incarcerated in the city's jail. I would encourage any council member who has not done so already to visit the central detention facility and speak directly with the people detained there. As the author Fyodor Dostoevsky famously wrote, the degree of civilization in a society can be judged by entering its prisons. I am heartened by the Fresh Starts Act, but we must enter our prisons and then enter them again and again to safeguard the dignity of people living there and the quality of our democracy. The Prison Society is a partner in ensuring safer, more humane prisons. We wish the council and the city of Washington, D.C. success with this effort and are happy to be of service in any manner helpful. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much, Noah. Maya Patterson, public witness.
Can everyone hear me? Hi, how are you guys today?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I just want to say thank you to Chairperson Pinto, the committee members, and the staff of the Committee of the Judiciary and Public Safety for holding this hearing on the Fresh Starts Act and the opportunity to testify. My name is Maya Patterson, and I'm a recently released DC resident. I work with the Ida B. Free pillar of Harriet's Wildest Dreams in their Participatory Defense Program. I am here today to testify on behalf of the Fresh Starts Act of 2023. The time I spent at DC jail was, for lack of better words, awful. The power went out, the heat went out, and the water went out. I went 3 days without a shower. It was awful, and some days I didn't even get to leave my cell. Our days depended on the mood and the whim of the staff. If they had a bad day, that means we were going to have a bad day. I almost never got to see my case manager, and for the short amount of time I spent there, I was subject to the most abysmal conditions that I couldn't wish on anyone else. The food was not edible. Either it was undercooked, had no color or taste, even the broccoli was brown. The juice was the only thing that was edible. They aren't going to force you to eat, so if you don't eat, you starve. If I didn't get commissary from other girls who were there with me, I wouldn't have survived. It was the kindness of the other people around me that kept me going. What I would like to recommend is an overhaul of the food services and provide residents at the DC jail with at least the bare minimum. The food that they are currently serving is not even the bare minimum. The council must provide an independent oversight mechanism to keep the kitchen up to sanitation and to safety standards of any place that serves food in DC. Even if people are held at DC jail for a short period of time, we all deserve decency and respect that includes what we are subject to put in our bodies. The DLC service program must change. Just because you've been accused of a crime does not mean you deserve to be treated inhumanely. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much, Maya Patterson. And thanks for sharing your experience.
Thank you so much.
Next, we will hear from Kiana Johnson from Harriet's Wildest Dreams.
Hello, thank you so much for having me on the council to talk about the bill today and testify, of course, in favor for the Fresh Start Act of 2023. Just want to first go over some of the key provisions of this bill. The first provision is that this bill will mandate that food served at DLC meets the federal nutritional standards set forth by the most recent edition of the Dietary Guidelines for Americans. Second, directing DLC to adopt the Good Food Purchasing Act and set forth food purchasing principles designed to promote local economies, advance public health, support value workers, protect animal welfare, and foster environmental sustainability. Third, strengthening oversight of the DOC through increased transparency and information sharing. I'm here today. A lot of my colleagues and comrades, even Parker from Prince George's County, has come over today to talk about the importance of this bill. And I don't want to insult the council and go over further the reasons why. This is just good legislation. It's good law that we pass this in order to ensure that the human beings that are located at DC jail are treated as such. It is time to make sure that what we are saying and what we are calling public safety is really actually public safety. It is not, it's not fair, and it's not fair that the council and that the government officials allow individuals who are located at the jail to consume food that is not edible and that is not fit for a human being. So what is also very disturbing is the only reason why we are having this conversation is because there was a white man who was inside of the jail as an insurrectionist who came to DC to cause trouble, and he did not like the food. And then the conversation started. But the fact of the matter is that DC jail is majority Black, and this problem is not new. We've known about this for a very long time. And the truth of the matter is that Black lives should matter to the council, and that the food inside of the jail, along with the conditions, along with the fact that right now, the intake of the individuals at the jail, the loved ones at the jail, is so massive that they're not even cared for, that there's not enough staff able to actually provide safety. And so if we're talking about public safety, this issue is a public safety issue, and I stand by this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you to all on this panel for your really powerful testimony. And, you know, Ms. Johnson, I totally hear you. And I think that is a continued frustration that we see in this context. And I shared your frustration that that's the impetus that became a national story. I can only speak for myself, but I will assure you, I started working on this issue long before that happened because of my conversations with DC residents who were at the jail, DC Black residents who had returned from the jail, who told me about their experience with food. And so we're going to continue relying on those voices that have been impacted, that are representing our DC community, because I share your frustration and some of the hypocrisy that's gone on at the national level on this topic. See where I want to start with. Jana, can you speak a little bit more about the kind of health issues exacerbated, especially from a woman's perspective with the relationship to food? Are you still here?
Yes, I'm here. I'm right here. Yes. So we actually surveyed a lot of individuals that were formerly incarcerated within the DC Metro Virginia area, and their time was split between Prince George's County and DC. Some of the things that came up was the fact that sometimes they would go in moderate to good health. They would go in, pretty healthy, having, exercise, things of that nature. And then during their time in incarceration, there would be, based on the food and the nutrition that they were getting, high sodium content, inedible food, poor food, small portions. That was a big thing they talked about. They didn't even have enough food to eat. So it was poor food, and then it was not enough food to eat. That if, for example, they had, like, if they were pre-diabetes, they would actually come out with diabetes, as a woman, certain health conditions related specifically to women in regards to, your cycle, just specific feminine issues were exacerbated while they were incarcerated. The food wasn't viable to that nutrition. We know a lot of women, they suffer from anemia. They need iron-rich foods to, just be healthy, to get your blood pumping, things of that nature. They weren't receiving that. Like the young woman had testified to, they needed actual commissary to just get even some type of food that wasn't even necessarily healthy, but healthy enough to where they could be at a stationary level. So those were some of the things that were brought up. One formerly incarcerated individual talked about how they had liver conditions and how they were supposed to have a specialized diet. This was a female, and she did not receive a specialized diet. And so those were some of the health conditions. And then they talked about how when they went in, they were one health, quality, one health condition. They came out a total another. And then subsequently, they had health bills that they didn't previously have. They had a lack of, they needed more health care. They needed more prescription drugs. They couldn't hold specific jobs because of the health conditions that they came out with. So that was brought up as well, especially. And then also the formerly incarcerated individuals that were pregnant talked about that in conjunction with having enough food to sustain a viable pregnancy. Some of them talked about how they knew women who lost their children because they didn't get enough food or the proper nutrients in the food. The children that came out during the incarceration or after the incarceration had health issues as well.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. I think that's a really important thing for us to take a deeper look at, is with the quantities, because sometimes we'll hear folks say, well, we don't want to give people too big quantities because we want to be concerned with heart health and condition. But it's really important that we're serving quality food that is also sufficient quantity. And I think we can do both. So we're going to keep pushing on that. So thank you. Ms. Springer, can you talk a little bit more? You talked about some very concerning examples of COs kind of sweating in food or dirty trays. Can you speak a little bit, or roaches in the food? Can you speak a little bit more to that, if that was just kind of a standard, or if that seemed to be tied to other kind of relationship components?
So when I speak to like different people that's incarcerated and returning back into society from incarceration, it's a mixture of both. So sometimes it could be personal if the CO don't like you, but just in general, that happens a lot. The kitchen isn't sanitary. DC jail is infested with roach and mice. So, and like I've heard stories where, and I also have family members that work in law enforcement, and they would tell me too, like, they wouldn't eat out of DC jail if they wasn't, God forbid, but like just the people that I work with, they would say like sometimes when they get their tray, you can tell when something isn't washed. They say they would see like food still stuck on it from the day before. I've heard stories where, like the young lady that just spoke, I think, was it Maya? Somebody said something like how the only thing that was, you know, she was able to eat or well drink is the juice. And I've heard that too. Like the only thing like they would just only drink the juice.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that, for sharing that. And Maya Patterson, do you have anything to add to that conversation?
All I got to say, you're welcome and thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we may have Maya. All right, well, thank you very much for everybody on this panel. Thank you for all the work that you're doing and your advocacy and your testimony today, and looking forward to continuing to work together throughout this legislative process to get this bill in the best place possible. Thank you. We are now going to move on to our panel 5, where we will hear from Maurice Douglas, Free Minds Book Club, James Carpenter, Free Minds Book Club, Jamal Childs, Free Minds Book Club, Shannon Waddle, Free Minds Book Club, Kevin Barner, Free Minds Book Club, Vance Conti, Free Minds Book Club, Craig Watson, Free Minds Book Club, and Anton Coleman, Free Minds Book Club. And Maurice Douglas, are you the representative for Free Minds Book Club?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairperson Penton, committee members, the staff of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety for holding this hearing on the Fresh Starts Act and for the opportunity to testify. My name is Maurice Douglas. I'm a member of the Free Minds Book Club, a returning citizen, as well as a person who has worked in food service and is being trained in food service for successful reentry. I am here today to testify on behalf of the Free Starts Act of 2023. A lot of us look forward to a hot meal 3 times a day. Some of us have families that's not able to support us financially. We have to rely on the food and the food service while incarcerated. We feel that not only is it not enough, but it's not properly prepared. It's outdated and it's never hot. I myself worked in food service for over 20 years while incarcerated. In my incarceration, I watched staff throw away tons of food after each meal, yet we're not fed enough to get to the next meal. If one asked for an extra tray, he was told no. The quantity of the service size, it's not enough for any human being. Going to bed hungry had an effect on how I felt. I sometimes will have small altercations, but because of how I was feeling at that time, they will become more serious than need be. A good hot meal 3 times a day could dictate how one is feeling and how one will react. It will help if the portions for the serving size will be raised and the food will be served hot. Just because we've made bad choices in our lives, it doesn't mean we're not human. We don't deserve the scraps. We are human beings. I've been released for the last month from prison. And my reentry, I applied to DC Central Kitchen, which I started Monday for a paid training course. Like I said, I worked in the kitchen, but I relied on the pay every month just so I can shop my commissary so I can get me a good meal, because I worked in the kitchen and didn't trust the food in there. But since I'm being home, going into that field, it's more familiar with me. It's my transition into society has been comfortable because of that. I think the opportunities, if trained for culinary and hospitalities, it will help a lot of the young guys coming home from prison. Coming home and seizing the opportunity of doing something they've been so used to doing for, a lot of guys working in the prison institutions and the food service coming home. If they can implement these same programs inside the institution, as opposed to me, where I had to come home and get involved in these programs. But a lot of guys that's on their way home, if we can implement these programs inside the institution, it'll help in their transitioning into society. And it'll be a beautiful impact. It'll impact them beautiful. It'll impact them beautiful. And that's all I wanted to say.
Well, thank you so much for sharing your experience, and congratulations on your new job. I hope Monday goes well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next up, James Carpenter, Free Minds Book Club.
How's that, Mom?
Good afternoon, Councilman. Yeah, my name is James Carpenter with Free Minds Book Club. I'm co-chair of 525. Just want to share a little bit of my personal experience at DC jail. In 1996 and 97, I was at DC jail as a juvenile until I turned 18. I went to Lorton, and then I came back in 2019 under the IVA law. The food served was always of poor nutritional value and quality, which forced me to eat a lot of non-perishable foods to avoid getting sick from the food that was no longer good to eat, because it seemed like all the fruit was spoiled or moldy. So I ate a lot of potato chips, things of that nature. Since I've been home, having a checkup, they said that I was pre-diabetic. So I attribute that to the times when I was in DC jail in 2019, always eating lots of potato chips just to get by because the food was such poor quality. I work with court-involved youth and fully support the creation of educational and career opportunities inside the jail through hospitality and culinary institutions. That opportunity can change lives. Please consider when you create these opportunities to make sure it's available to those who need it most. Please expand the opportunities to those who beyond the detail block. In DC jail, they allow people that's in the detail block to work in food service, but not in the other block. So I hope that y'all can try to expand it to other units. And so currently I'm at work, and I just wanted to jump on and just give my brief testimony, and thank you. I'll pass it on to someone else.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Carpenter. Appreciate that. We are going to call next Demetria Ballard Bay from Free Minds Book Club, who was on the previous panel but wasn't here, so we're adding you in now if you are ready.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry about that. I'm actually acting as a proxy for Demetria Ballard Bay today. She is out of the country and she submitted her testimony written to us. She really wanted to be here, but she wanted to make sure that her voice was heard, especially on behalf of our fellow Free Minds community.
Right.
While I have never been a prisoner in the Washington, D.C. system, my husband, Derek Dumi Bay, served 12 years, 4 months within the system that began at the Washington, D.C. jail. He was living a vegan lifestyle when we connected 8 years ago and explained to me in great detail why he lived that way. He said he didn't choose to become vegan, it chose him. Eating the wrong type of food changed his level of confidence in the way that the prison industrial complex values its captives. In Dumi's opinion, prisoners had little value in that the food served was not generally fit to be sold in stores or to the general public. It is my opinion that feeding prisoners food of a low quality leads to other health-related issues that ultimately places a burden on society that we are unaware of. At some point, most prisoners return home, and those who do not return with health problems will soon begin to experience them because they have been conditioned to eat processed and low-quality foods that are cheaper to buy, often due to prisoners not having money to buy better food, even if they knew better. The Fresh Starts Act resonates with me because one of the things it could do is directly address the issue of improper foods being served to human beings here in America. Equipping returning citizens with better eating habits by reconditioning their minds to move towards better choices in eating patterns, while supplying them with the knowledge to secure gainful employment that would allow them to eat better, as well as living in better stocked communities. Demetria. That's the end of her testimony.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being here to read that. Jordan Tony, Free Minds Book Club.
How everybody doing? First of all, I want to say thank you, Chairperson, for allowing me to be here and speak. And thank you for holding this hearing on the Fresh Starts Act. My name is Jordan Tony, and I'm an advocate program assistant with Free Minds Book Club and Writing Workshop. And I'm a fellow returning citizen as well. And I'm here today to testify on behalf of the Fresh Starts of 2023. The food being served at the DC jail is just a mere sign of the inhumane treatments that stem from being housed there. I was housed at DC jail at the age of 16 just a few years ago and charged as an adult. I haven't been back since then, since I was released, but I can say that based on comrades, friends, and family, there hasn't been any significant change to the food that is served at the DC jail today. From my experience, when I was housed there as a juvenile, I honestly wasn't sure what was being served. None of it looked healthy and nutritious, but being new to the legal system at the time, my parents, my folks, they hardly understood how to put money on my commissary. So I was basically at a point where I had no choice but to eat it. And none of it did any good to my body. In fact, while I was there, I was depressed. I suffered anxiety and even lost weight, among other things. And that even translated once I returned back to the community. It took a few weeks at least to readjust back to the food that's, outside of the DC jail. So today, I would like to say that I would advocate for better meal choices and culinary education training at DC jail, simply because getting a decent meal should be the least of someone's concern while they are housed there. The depression, stress, anxiety caused from being incarcerated is already enough to harm the body. But why contribute to it more by minimizing the quality of food one is able to receive? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Jamal Childs, Free Minds Book Club. Okay, we'll come back to you if you join us later. Shannon Battle, Free Minds Book Club.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto and the whole council. My name is Shannon Battle, and I am the Advocacy and Leadership Development Specialist for Free Minds Book Club and Workshop. Today, I am here to share my personal testimony on the importance of nutritional health within the carceral system, or better yet, the lack thereof of nutritional health that women and men are subjected to on a daily basis at institutions like DC Jail, a place I was housed at as recently as 2019. And I must say, I thought it couldn't get any worse than the 90s era of nutritional conditions at DC Jail. But in 2019, what I experienced personally shocked me to the point where I asked, how is it possible that human beings housed in the nation's capital can be treated with such low regards to their well-being? And the food there, as I heard several witnesses spoke of in regards to the cleanliness, sanitation, like just no consideration for human beings. And James Carpenter spoke of something earlier in regards to eating a bunch of chips and stuff like that. When I got there, I basically survived off nothing because I was one of the individuals who didn't have a whole lot of finances coming from the street. So I had to basically live off what they was feeding me, and I couldn't eat it. I couldn't eat it. I just couldn't eat it. So I just basically lived off what I could, and it was horrible. And my personal experience is that it need to be changed. And if this Fresh Start bill is a start in that direction, then that's for the best of men and women from our nation's capital. And I totally agree with passing such a bill. And thank you for having me today, Chairwoman Pinto, again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much for sharing your experience. Sorry to hear about it. We'll come back with some questions at the end of the panel. Next, we'll hear from Vance Conti, Free Minds Book Club.
Good morning, Chairman. My name is Vance Conti. I've just come home from serving a 30-year prison sentence. And my complaint is basically everybody pretty much summed it up. I mean, just to give you an idea of like the stuff that's being served in there, can you imagine eating a meal called, and excuse my language, but shit on the shingle or Desert Storm? And it pretty much looks exactly how it's pronounced. I mean, it's nothing dealing with nutrition. It doesn't sustain you. So individuals are forced, if they can, to live off the commissary. The ones that can't, then, they might resort to other things. So being fed accordingly in prison, I believe is, is something that needs to be addressed, because what I heard a lot of staff say a lot of times is, you guys want to be treated like kings. It's never a part, once you're in there, you never consider so much of a human being. And I believe that that's kind of unjust and unfair. And for the most part, I mean, I ask that you all please look into it, because a lot of people's behavior is because of the lack of treatment they get. And these are the same individuals that's returning to society. I'm currently in a halfway house, and I can personally show you pictures of the food that we get. And that will give you a better idea. Not only is the portion small, but like I said, it's nothing pertaining to nutrition at all. The most healthy thing you might get, if you're lucky, is an apple and some orange juice. Anything outside of that, well, comes far and few in between. So I'm not going to hold you up, but I hope I was able to get my point across as much as possible. And I thank you for this opportunity.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, and welcome home.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Antoine Coleman, Free Minds Book Club.
All right, thank you, Chairwoman.
Or Mr.
Thank you.
Conti, are you able to put yourself on mute? Mr. Conti? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Coleman.
Okay, thank you, Chairwoman Pinto, committee members and staff, Judiciary Public Safety, for holding this hearing on a Fresh Starts Act and allowing me the opportunity to speak on their behalf. I've been out of prison 4 months now. My time at the DC jail, I was up there 3.5 years. And, like all the other brothers expressed, the food was, it was horrible. It was beyond horrible. And I think the most important point that I think all the brothers touched on is that the fact that, for most people in prison, they're coming home at some point. And a lot of the crime that they say committed was from the lack of basic necessities. You had people who robbed just to eat. You put them in prison, and then you put them back in a situation where they got to rob to eat. and then you let them back out and you ask what's wrong with them. You know, something as basic as not being able to eat. And it's not just, you know, it don't have to be something you got to eat that's good. We just wanted to eat something that wasn't going to kill us. You know, and you know, to be if I had to make a decision, eat this raw chicken or eat nothing at all, that's a tough decision for somebody who's starving in prison. And you know, so just the psychological effect, you create this this environment where it's almost animalistic. And then you question why people act like animals, but you create the conditions. And you know, so just the psychological effect of not having something basic, it makes it difficult for you to climb out of that mentality that put you in that environment in the first place. And so if we were sent there and you know we're going to be released back into society, you have to consider if we are able to build a healthier lifestyle. And a lot of that start when we make the decision to change our lives, our diet be included in that. You have people stop eating pork, they'll stop eating red meat. And so if I'm trying to transition and become a better person, the basics, I can't get the basics. You telling me if I don't eat this pork, I can't eat it all. But I'm working on being a better person. And so food is directly tied to the psychological, to the psyche. Is directly tied, and like a couple of brothers expressed, is tied to action. Even people in society who never committed a crime, if you haven't eaten, you don't want to talk to nobody. You're irritable, you're cranky. Imagine you got to deal with 800 people irritable and cranky like you. So it's a bigger issue than just wanting to eat something that's good. You can't put us in them places and shake us up like that. It's like putting somebody that with asthma in a room with no air. You making it worse for us. Mm-hmm. You know, so it's definitely a deeper issue. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I really truly hope that they do change the food, because it's definitely tied into a lot of brothers' decision to change their life, and that lifestyle carries over into society. Right. And so I think that's a point, man, that you know, it really helps us. It's stuff that we can teach our children, but we can't teach it and pass it down if we're not able to do it ourselves. Mm-hmm. So I truly hope they pass it, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Coleman. Thank you for sharing that experience. And I want to ask you and Mr. Conti, but others feel free to chime in if you have other thoughts on this. If you felt comfortable sharing, both of you talked about, you know, what happens with that terrible choice if there's no food and you can't afford commissary, and made allusions to like other ways to get it. Do either of you or anyone feel comfortable sharing what some of those other ways are that people resorted to?
It's the same mentality that you deal with on the streets. We're already young, you know, you're already making irrational decisions, and you put us in a hopeless and desperate situation. A lot of us were facing life sentences, already had life sentences, you know, and so you put someone in a desperate situation, and we're not talking about people, everybody's not recovered. So you got some people still in the recovery stage, but when it comes to an issue of survival, your instinct to survive will override rationale.
Yeah,
Period.
exactly.
You know,
and I think you on point, Antone. I think again, one of the things that I seen, and I know myself from being incarcerated and not having a whole lot throughout that journey, you find yourself trying to go in the kitchen and take stuff from the kitchen, you know, food that's, you know, because a lot of times what I didn't mention earlier is the staff have better food than the inmates, and they using our same budget. They take our budget and they'll buy them food that's suitable for a human being, but they buy us food that's not suitable. It never made sense to me. So we'll find ourselves trying to go in there and figure out how we can get some of this food that's suitable and get it out of there. So yeah, stuff like that. That's an example.
I see. Okay, thank you so much. That's helpful. for context. And Maurice Douglas, you talked a little bit about portion size not being sufficient. Can you speak to that a little bit more? Was it common for people to ask for more food? Were those requests kind of always denied, or how does that process work from your perspective?
I mean, the line will be held up from guys trying to get just a little bit more because it was never enough. I actually watched officers shake the spoon on certain on inmates. I mean, it was crazy. I used to serve the food a lot, so a lot of the officers used to get mad at me because I would give out extra portions because I understand. I've been there. I was in that because I worked in the kitchen. I had an advantage because I was cooking the food so I can eat. But I know how the other side felt. The guys that didn't have a job that would come, I know how they felt because I was there. I was starving. So when they would come, I would be like, hey, I would do my best. Sometimes the officer would get mad at me, tell me, get off the line. You know, I'd be like, okay, cool. But I'm gonna keep, if you want me to come on this line and serve this food, and I know that these guys are hungry, this is what I'm gonna do. So you're gonna have to kick me off this line every time. So they stopped asking me to serve on the line. And and I will watch the officers throw away tons of food after. And I'd be like, why you couldn't get like a second portion of the food that was left over? You could have did like after everybody ate, let another line come through, let them eat again. And they would look at me like, and just throw the food away. I mean, it was crazy.
Wow. And Mr. Coleman, did you have something to add to that? I wasn't sure if you were starting to speak.
He just reminded me of a time, I left from Alabama in Talladega, and it used to be this officer when the line was complete, like the brother expressed, there's so much food left. He will sit there, watch the line, make one inmate go get the trash can, drag it back, and make another inmate dump the food in there, and then he'll either spit or pull shampoo to make sure they couldn't go in the trash to get it. That was the real stuff. And Mr. Douglas just reminded me of that. It was a lot of that going on, man. A lot of it. I'm talking about he'd do it right in everybody's face, man. Like I'm talking basic stuff like a boiled egg, lettuce, stuff like that. Like he rapped, yeah, and it was horrible, man. And I say those type of things is going to create and keep you in a criminal mindset. It's going to create the things, the anger, the hate, the everything. You're fostering that over food, something as simple as food.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you all so much for sharing your experience. I really appreciate you coming to testify today, and we're going to keep working on this to see some needed improvements.
No, we thank you. We thank you
for this opportunity. It needs to be addressed. Please.
Thank you.
Please.
Understood. Thank you all. We are going to move on to our next panel. We have some more folks from Free Minds Book Club where we will hear from Jean Downing, Free Minds Book Club, D'Angelo Moore, Free Minds Book Club, Irving Brockman, Free Minds Book Club, James Dunn, Free Minds Book Club, Anthony Petty, Free Minds Book Club, Rylinda Rhodes, Public Witness, and Joel Johnston, Public Witness, but former ANC Commissioner. All right, Jean Downing, are you here?
Excuse me.
Hi.
I was told that Anthony Petty and James Dunn need the link resent to them. If that would help.
For Jean Downing and Anthony Petty.
James Dunn, yes, and Anthony Petty.
Oh, James and Anthony Petty. Got it. We will resend them that link now.
All right, thank you.
And Jean Downing, please go ahead. All right, we'll give him another moment. Let's
Can you
go
hear me?
Oh, hi, yes, we can hear you.
I'm sorry, I think I was muted and my camera was off.
No problem. Go ahead when you're ready.
Yes, thank you. Hello, my name is Gene Downing. Thank you, Chairperson Pinto and committee members for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. Again, my name is Jane Downing, and I'm here today on the behalf of Thrive Under 25 Coalition, where I serve as co-chair. I also serve as outreach specialist for Free Minds Book Club and Writing Workshop. However, I have a personal interest in and support of the passage of the Fresh Starts Act, as a formerly incarcerated person who was subjected to the poor quality of food in the DOC. It's obvious that the quality of food in the DOC is conducive to what's perceived as the quality of people who are incarcerated there. Low quality of food, low quality people. We all know that prison and bad food are historically synonymous. And though over the years the food has gotten better, it's still some of the worst food to be consumed. A couple of factors for why the food is this way is, first, the majority of the food served is processed with little to no real nutritional value. Second, the food is improperly prepared, which makes food barely in all. Excuse me, I'm echoing to myself. Can people hear me echoing?
I heard one, but I think it's okay now.
Okay. The food is barely edible. I have spent 21 years of my life incarcerated, which means that I have consumed a significant amount of food served in a prison cafeteria. As a result of constant eating of this food with little alternative, I have developed H. pylori, which is an intestinal infection caused by eating the abundance of unhealthy foods. Ultimately, H. pylori would lead to a consistent and constant stomach issue, which I still suffer from today. And I know that had I had access to a higher quality of food, I probably wouldn't have had these issues to this day. Though I spent most of my time in federal prison and haven't been in DC jail in quite a while, my colleagues at Free Mind Book Club are at DC jail quite often. And to this day, they observe low quality food, specifically moldy bread and rotten meat. This absolutely needs to end. I also encounter people who have been incarcerated there recently, and all of their experiences with the food is the same as mine. This is not a DOC issue. Institutions across the country have been serving its residents food that goes directly against the very diet that public health professionals teach about. So it's a US issue. The fact of the matter is, being in DOC custody shouldn't be tantamount to being fed inadequate or inedible food. So I urge you to implement the Fresh Starts Act and address the horrible food conditions that can be detrimental to those in DOC custody. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony. D'Angelo Moore, Free Minds Book Club.
Hello, how you doing? Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for allowing me to have this platform to speak. Today, I will be speaking for myself at the end, but I want to speak for one of our other members by the name of Derek Bay. He will not be able to attend because of technical difficulties and so on, so he sent his testimony to me. So starting, thank you all for allowing me to share my story. I have been vegan for a little over 12 years and vegetarian more than 25 years. And I have the food I ate at the Washington, D.C. jail to thank. It was 1992 and I had eaten some corned beef hash. The D.C. jail was feeding prisoners what we termed Desert Storm leftovers, named after the Desert Storm War between 1990 and 1991. I was what prisoners called a tray monster because I would eat almost anything that was served. That morning, I ate a tray of the hash, and within hours, I was sicker than I had ever been in my life. I was so sick, experiencing chills, sweating, and in pain, complete with bloody stool, that I prayed that I would never eat any meat as long as I was here, as long as I was held there. It turns out that I had food poisoning. After that ordeal, I will only eat the vegetables, if that. And by the time I was transferred to Lawton Corrections Complex, I had been eating vegetables for so long that I continued to do so. In 1994, I was transferred to the Federal Bureau of Prisons, where the food choices was a little better, but by then my mind was made up that I would not risk being poisoned again. When I was released in 2003, I continued to learn about ways to make up my dietary choices to ensure that I was getting the right foods. And that is when I learned more about vegetarianism, which led me to veganism. Thank you for allowing me to share. That was the voice of Mr. Dirk Bay. Myself, D'Angelo Moore, like I spent my time over DC jail, and we have foods by the name of mystery meat, whereas though I used to work in the kitchen after I passed the juvenile stage, and the containers and stuff that it came in, the trucks that was served, like it just was like crazy all around the board for me to experience it. It was times where I'd rather not even eat that. I would try my hardest to survive off a commissary, which that's not healthy because that's just a bunch of snacks. But I did it because of the fact that I felt like I couldn't consume that type of stuff. And once that was said and done, it was like, I just need to put something in my body to help me. So none of the meats had labels on it. You didn't know what you actually was consuming. Like I just not even knowing what's going in their body, let alone like a standard of what actually can be served and consumed for human beings. So thank you for allowing me to share.
Thank you so much. And thank you for sharing the perspective of Mr. Bay as well. Appreciate that. Irving Brockman, Free Minds Book Club. All right, is James done or Anthony Petty on? Yeah. Okay.
I think that they are waiting for the link so they can get promoted to the panel.
Yes, we resent them the link again. So they should have that if you can share, that should be in their email. We will go to Rylinda Rhodes, public witness. Okay, Joel Caston.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Awesome. Well, I want to echo the same sentiments that the gentleman before me just spoke about. I was also labeled a trade monster, a common title that's given to people who simply eat the food that's issued by the institution. What happened with me as a result of that, I was able to take the stigma associated with being a trade monster. However, many of our young people don't. They cannot take the stigma. So as a result, they begin to try to get commissary by any means necessary. I want to lift the point of increasing public safety by allowing this to be something implemented within our system. When we have good food, it has already been stated by a number of people in our panels today. When we have good food, people think better and they act better. When they don't have these things, they resort to violence. That is robbery, stealing, which is not good for the safety, the public safety of all the people inside the institution. Another point I want to lift today, in addition to that, is an alternative. It states that the idle mind is a devil's. Hope you can still hear me. They state that the idle mind is a devil's workshop.
That's happening with everybody for a moment. I don't know why, but keep going.
Got you. Thank you. DC Central Kitchen. We had a number of people who spoke about that here. What I want to have inside of our facility is allow people to have purpose while they're serving time, so they can gain the skills they need. They working with the inside that also increases public safety because they're being active. In addition to that, when they transition back into society, they go into a valuable job that boosts the economy. So this bill, I'm definitely in support of this bill. It does what it needs to do. It increases public safety on the inside that has a transferable effect on the outside. So when we have our incarcerated people who are incarcerated in our custody, we take full advantage of that with measures like this here. We're preparing, we're building the community on the inside. And part of where I'm at right now, I had to take over this spot right here. Today is actually my birthday. And I'm working on the land, lecturing. I've been point place to place, but I just want to make sure I lift my voice on this particular topic right here. It's very important. And as my colleague Gene Downey stated, it's not simply a DC thing. It's a nationwide thing. We need to have better feeding. I left, as much as I work out and I try to be healthy as possible, I also suffer from high blood pressure, right? And a number of people, because we're eating this commissary food and we've been doing so for so many years, 27 consecutive years, 16 facilities out of 27 consecutive years. As a result of that, eating that food, I come home and now I have high blood pressure. This measure right here stops that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Castone, and happy birthday. Thanks for joining us today. We have a couple more folks on the list that I don't see are here. Just remember, if you're in the Zoom, you have to accept being invited as a panelist. So we'll do that one more time to the folks we see. Okay, is Deshaun Hamilton here? Is that you as, oh, okay, I see. Marlinda Rhodes, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Been a lot of technical difficulty today. I'm glad that I'm finally in. Just one moment, please. Thank you, Councilperson Pinto, for having this hearing. It's very important to us. And I actually met you when you came to the DC Peace Academy to talk about violence interruption. So this is just a piggyback to interrupting violence. And I heard a lot of the brothers speak about what that looks like. So I just want to say that I'm Marlinda Rose, a Ward 8 business owner. I'm also a We Aspire Entrepreneurship 2021 pitch winner. So returning citizens can come home and move from surviving to actually thriving. Specifically when incarcerated, I worked as a cook in the kitchen, cooking for people between the meals of 60 to 100 people per day. And my pay rate was roughly about $1.09 a day, which equaled out to maybe $35 to $40 a month. And to purchase hygiene items, envelopes, stamps to communicate with my children, and food. And then I would have to weigh the options of which were most important, communicating with my children or being able to eat something because I wasn't able to eat the food that they served in the jails. Fair wages allowed incarcerated persons such as myself to support myself and to provide support to my children and the caregivers of our children. We don't often hear a lot of returning women speak about this, but we often have children, and we're not going to ask our family members for money to put in our account because we want to make sure that our children are taken care of, because we don't make any wages. We don't have any way to support them. And being able to have fair wages gives us an opportunity to do so. But more than that, it creates confidence. It creates responsibility, and it creates a sense of pride that we're able to be able to, one, not put the initial stress on our family for commissary because we can't eat the food that's in the jail, but that we can actually send money home. We can participate in back to school activities, birthdays, and things of that sort to show our children that although we're not with them, that we do care for them, and that we will put work ethic into place to be able to do. So I'm sorry, I can't see the timer, so I don't know how much time I have.
You have
Also,
about 30 seconds.
Okay, human value. The health conscious food can taste good and can be visibly appealing. When it is not, it is devaluing to the person. It lowers your self-esteem. You don't feel energized. It affects your mental health just as much as your physical health. Hangry lately. We have all seen the Snicker commercials. You're not yourself when you're hungry. Hungry confined is a recipe for violent episode. It also includes extortion, exploitive behaviors, and we've heard that saying, you know, people who do something strange for some change. So when they talk about the power dynamics, food is a power dynamic in the jail, and a lot of women get exploited for a chicken wing sandwich. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rhodes. Nice to see you again. Thank you for
A
sharing
pleasure.
your experience. Is Sean Hamilton?
Yeah, so did I unmute myself?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Yes, I've been here the whole time wondering what's been going on. So let me get back to what I have to say. Sorry about that. I definitely I did a written testimony, so I just want to read it from there. If I can get back to it. Okay. Oh, first of all, I'd like to say thank you to Ms. Penta. I'm sorry. Well, I remember your election, all of that I didn't follow. You know, as a Black man, I'm definitely, you know, ashamed and shocked that, you know, my people aren't leading this way right here. You know, because, you know, I'm born and raised here, third generation, and those are my kids, my grandchildren, you know, their friends out there. So I appreciate you and all that, you know, are passing this bill. I'm so very glad to hear the testimonies. Those that have been through this are definitely the heartfelt. You know, you all can hear what's going on. It shouldn't be, we're passing a bill. It should be, why isn't this happening? It should be, why isn't this happening? Okay, greetings and blessed day and strength day by day. I would like to ask you all to just think about how important a meal is to you every single day, how definitely you are what you eat, and how definitely you only feel as good and as healthy as what is in you, what you consume. I am one of those who definitely grew up in DC jail and the correctional system. I have been on my own since I was 15 years old, and I truly had no hope and no help from my parents and family. When I found myself in DC jail, how was I supposed to get hope? How was I supposed to believe in life? How was I supposed to desire anything good? Because I didn't want to die in a prison or in a jail or as a failure. DC jail gave me the opportunity to mature. The correctional system gave me the opportunity to mature as an adult and start learning how to make mature, responsible, safe decisions, to believe that I could believe in treating people the way I wanted people to treat me, and believe and expecting people to treat me the way I would treat them. When you have nothing and nobody, let me say that again, when you have nothing and nobody, imagine how not at least having a good meal to put a smile on your face and a good feeling in your body and health and strength and clarity to your mind. Where would you be left at? And nothing but hopelessness and despair, all of those things. I was taught there is nothing more important in the penitentiary and the jail than a good meal. That is so very true, because a good meal will soothe, I hate to say the savage beast, but it will soothe this animal, sit this animal down, let him or her be at peace and be able to think about how to provide better for themselves. I know I don't have too much time, because your time is very precious. So I hope I have been able to express everything necessary. And I would like to close with this: everything this bill is set to achieve, we have been talking about, we need as inmates ever since my very first time I entered DC jail. I would also like to conclude with, there are a lot of successes that have been nurtured from the correctional system. I am one of them. I went into business for myself in 2018. I'm a landscaper, handyman, hauler, and transportation provider. So please, I beg you, at least provide a good, healthy meal for those whom have to grow up in correction system. I had to, because without that, we don't even have a start. Fresh Start Act, please support it. Amen.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate all of your testimony. I wanted to ask the gentleman who testified about the vegan meals, but I think he has stepped off. So I'm not sure if anybody has another perspective on what happened in your experience, either for you or another resident who had dietary restrictions that they chose to pursue of, vegetables only. Oh, hi, back. Just wondering, Mr. Moore, and I know you're testifying on behalf of there, but if you are aware of, you talked about only having vegetables, for example, were you able to, or was he able to get extra portions if he was only eating vegetables, or was that a specialized vegan meal that he was able to be served every meal?
So they did have a good habit of mixing up the vegetables with every meal here and there. Most times it just be the same meat all in the same pot, and they just re-scoop it again and give it to you with the next meal.
Exactly.
My
Hold on
knowledge
one
of
second, Mr. Hamilton, we'll come back to you.
my knowledge on getting extra vegetables and all that type of stuff. Usually, when you get one meal issued out, they only make enough for them inmates or the population that's around. So usually, no extra trays and none of that would be. So you pretty much have to deal with that one little portion that you get. Now you had things like this, how a lot of problems and troubles come about because the fact that you have people like, hey, I don't eat my vegetables. You want to trade your food for this? And then next thing you know, a business plan or some negotiation about swapping just the smallest things as side orders on a tray becomes a big old violent situation because, man, you say you was going to give me your chicken, man. I gave you that. And then you see what I'm saying? So it just if we had better quality of food or better selections for individuals to pick from, whereas though people shouldn't have to depend on worrying about commissary or you see what I'm saying? So like, that's pretty much my words on that.
Thank you. Mr. Hamilton, did you have something to add to that?
Yes, ma'am. I became a vegetarian at DC jail also. I became a vegetarian for 10 years. And they reminded me of everything. Just like he said, same thing I had for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, they gonna serve it to me again. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and I was for me, it was a spiritual walk. I didn't believe in eating anything you had to kill anymore, And again, the food was already unedible. I didn't have commissary, no family. So, and they taught me in there, I'm like, why I'm passing gas so much? All they feed you is beans, they feed you beans and starch, you get none but carbohydrates, what have you. And, it's terrible. Beans, cheese, grilled cheese, and I was in broccoli every now and then. It'd be the same thing. So it's no selection at all. Also, it's some more points I wanted to make if I have time. If not, I'll just hold it.
We will definitely review your written testimony. I do want to just ask Ms. Rhodes, if you feel comfortable, you alluded to, women being taken advantage of or having to do things to get a chicken sandwich. Are you able to share with
Sure,
the committee and
absolutely.
what that means exactly?
Sure, full transparency. I mean, food is another form of money. So if you're not getting healthy food, I've seen my peers, when I was incarcerated, I've seen women have relationships with officers because they want to eat better food. I've seen officers be manipulative and use food as leverage, and not just correctional officers, but other inmates. D'Angelo made a very good point about how you can swap a piece of chicken for some vegetables, and that can turn into a violent situation. But you also have forms of intimidation where you have people that do get money every month. And it's no different than being on the street. That's your kingpin on the block because you got commissary. And that turns into situations whether people rob people, they go into their cells when they're not there, they catch them loafing in the bathroom. I mean, it could be all different types of dynamics, but there is a lot of violence that can come from the lack of food. And exploitation is definitely one of them. I could tell you, I got on the compound, I wasn't in jail 48 hours, and I woke up and there was a steak and shrimp dinner outside my cell. I had no idea how I got there, but it created a lot of drama. I didn't come to jail for any of that. There's fighting and all of this kind of things. I didn't even ask for it. And these are the type, how does that even happen? And now I'm in a situation where I have to defend myself for something that I didn't even know that it was even coming to me or even capable. But food is the equivalent of money and power, and it's dangerous, and it should not be.
Okay. Thank you so much. And thank you all. I'm sorry, Mr. Hamilton, we do have to move on to the next panel, but appreciate you being here. And thank you all very much for your testimony and your helpful perspectives. That concludes our public witnesses. We are going to now hear from our advisory neighborhood commissioner, Leonard Bishop, who represents the residents at the DC jail in 7F08. And he will also be providing feedback from residents who are in the facility currently. Commissioner Bishop, please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Councilwoman Pinto. Member staff of the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety. My name is Leonard Eugene Bishop. I'm currently the ANC Commissioner for Single Member District 7F08. I'm testifying today in support of the Fresh Start Act of 2023. Today, I testify with an urgent plea regarding a pressing issue that requires this council to bring forth this needed legislation. The severe shortage of nutrition afforded to the resident population at DC Department of Correction is saddening, to say the least. As a recipient of the substandard and unhealthy food served here, I implore you, our representative, to exercise decisive action for the sake of health and well-being, fundamental dignity of the men and women confined within the DOC. To describe the meals being provided as simply offensive would be to do a disservice to the gravity of the situation. These meals primarily comprise of processed soy and canned good foods, which are not only severely lacking in essential nutrition, but are also frequently outdated or in various stages of spoilage. Fruits and vegetables, the vital element of any balanced diet, are either not served at all, overripe, or overcooked, rendering them barely edible. This state of affairs is flagrant disregard for the basic belief of human dignity and stands in stark contradiction to the established norms of correctional institutions. The grim reality highlights the urgent need for the enactment of the Fresh Start Act. This meticulous crafted legislation represents a glimmer of hope for incarcerated individuals such as myself, who have been forced to rely on commissary purchases as a lifeline due to the inedible nature of the meals being provided. The infrequent provision of uncooked vegetables by the Department of Corrections serve as a rare oasis in an otherwise nutritionally deficient landscape. This legislation transcends the immediate issue of meal provision, reaching further into the comprehensive influence of diet on health and well-being. Devotion to sourcing nutritionally rich foods embodies a tangible dedication to the augmented quality of meals within correctional facilities. The Fresh Start Act represents a pivotal junction in our collective journey towards building a more compassionate, healthy, and hopeful environment within the Department of Correction. It is not merely an act of legislation, but an expression of our society's responsibility and embodies of our shared commitment to human dignity, health, and equality. Your action on this act echoes your value, showing that you honor the essential worth of each individual regardless of their circumstances. In conclusion, I appeal to your sense of equality, urging council to vote in favor of the Fresh Start Act of 2023. This isn't just legislation, isn't just legislation, but a pledge to human dignity, recognizing the invaluable role nutrition plays in physical health and mental well-being. Therefore, I ask you to seize this critical opportunity and ensure that not another day passes with residents are subjected to subpar nutritionally deficient meals within our correctional facility. I thank you for your invaluable time, your undivided attention, and the significant action you are posed to take in the future. Your commitment to address these pressing issues is deeply appreciated by the men and women confined within the Department of Correction. We all thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Bishop. Appreciate your testimony and you being here today.
Thank you.
Can you share with us kind of some of the top line biggest things you hear from residents at the DC jail about food and concerns about the food?
biggest thing I hear is the quality of it. Most times we know not what we eat. We serve too much starch. Food is often overcooked. That's just the most I hear. Everything is bread. When we do receive vegetables, it's often overcooked. When we do receive fruit, it's either barely right at the brink of going bad or bitter. Portion sizes is like even the officers complain about the food we serve.
Right. Thank you. And how do you think that improving the conditions of the food would improve kind of relationships, either between residents or between residents and staff?
It's a good question. I believe a lot of when you're hungry, it definitely reflect through your attitude. It's shown through your attitude. So going to bed hungry, I done had many of those nights. So you know what I'm saying? I think it would be it would prove greatly. Actually, I was just in an IGP meeting talking to a major ways of how we could better communicate with one another. And food was one of them.
Yeah, definitely. And in terms of the other component of this bill about the hospitality training, can you speak to kind of your perspective on the current services being offered in terms of what jobs are available to folks or other training or readiness for reentry?
Yes, actually, I just see my serve safe certification. What was it? 2 days ago. So actually, we have a tourism and hospitality course that Director Williams had. Deputy Director Williams, a program had put together not even maybe 6 weeks ago. But the issue that I see concerns that it ain't offered to a lot of people. You know, so any programs that would give people job training or job skill is a plus. You know, actually, I was talking to a staff about DOC facts and figures that came out, and one of the things we was discussing was 60% of the residents came to prison, didn't have a GED. Over 60% didn't have a job. You know what I'm saying? So any job skills or education is always going to be a plus, but it got to be available for everyone, not just a few.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, thank you. And as you know, we've been trying to improve access for folks to be able to provide live video testimony, and just wondering from your perspective what some of the barriers are to doing that with DOC.
And I see myself one of them people that I believe is a solution for any problem. But one of the biggest hurdles that I seen and I had discussed before this was that the building is old, you know, it really ain't a lot of space for a large number of people to gather, the tablets, the Wi-Fi. So it's a lot of hurdles that I see with that.
Okay.
But I think it's ways that residents at least could have the opportunity to view the hearing, if not be able to communicate.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. And Commissioner Bishop, is there anything else that you want to add for the record?
For the record, Fresh Start Act is a wonderful bill that I've been up here 5 years now, and this is probably, I've been in over 14 prisons and jail during my incarceration for the last 30 years. And this is the worst food I ever seen. You know what I'm saying? And I think one of the biggest things is I don't understand why there's an outside contractor to provide services that majority of the residents work at. So I feel like it ain't really no need for no outside contractors when DOC is capable of providing that service to make sure we get quality food, making sure they stand to a certain standard. So I just think should be added in the bill that it is no need for no outside contractor like Alma.
Right. Well, thank you so much, Commissioner. That is quite a stark statement. And so we really appreciate you representing the residents of DC jail.
I'm learning a lot, man. I'm appreciative that the residents, man, pick confidence in me. I'm learning a lot from DOC staff. Deputy Director Williams and the program staff has been helping me tremendously. And I'm just honored to, man, be in this position.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
On. Oh, I'm getting a note. I may have been frozen. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Director Faust, are you here? We are ready to call our government witnesses, Thomas Faust, Director of the Department of Corrections, and Katya Seminova, the Public Defender Service for DC. The tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. So if I can ask you both to take yourself off mute and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
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 I now would like to invite Ms. Seminova to make an opening statement.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at today's hearing on Bill 25-112, Fresh Starts. PDS opposes the council's most recent steps to incarcerate more people who are presumed to be innocent. Attempting to change the food that is available to residents of the Department of Corrections will not change the fact that pretrial detention is devastating and disruptive. It ends employment and education, causes a loss of housing, and interrupts family relationships. Because of the lack of high-quality food, limited access to recreation, poor medical care, pervasive use of solitary confinement, and issues with the physical plant, including insufficient heat and air conditioning, peeling paint, mold, constant leaks, and sewer and smoke smells, the council has a lot of legislative work to do to change the many ways that the Department of Corrections harms the physical and mental health of residents. It is important to note that the implementation of a new food program at the Department of Corrections should not require this council passing legislation. Unlike many parts of our criminal legal system, the district, not the federal government, is in complete control of the Department of Corrections. The mayor, with council approval, chooses the director of the Department of Corrections. The council has oversight over the performance and budget of the Department of Corrections. The Department of Corrections can voluntarily implement a food program that aligns with the standards of the Fresh Starts Act. At any time, it can do so. The fact that the Department of Corrections has failed over many years in its most basic function of providing healthy and sanitary food to DOC residents should be viewed as a choice. The Department of Corrections has made this same choice to fail residents with respect to disciplinary practices, the use of solitary confinement, safe cells, programming opportunities, medical care, treatment of residents who are transgender, and its grievance procedures. As the council makes it easier to send innocent people to jail, the least it can do is hold the agency accountable. With respect to food, DOC residents have been served meals containing dead vermin. They have received spoiled milk and other spoiled foods that make them sick. They have been served raw eggs. Individuals report having access to fresh fruits or vegetables at most once or twice a week. They routinely receive cold and congealed food that should be served hot, and they are constantly hungry. People rely on commissary, something incarcerated people have to pay for themselves for sustenance, because as one prior DOC resident explained, quote, "They feed you enough just so you don't die." Individuals on restricted diets are given food that they cannot consume because of allergies or health limitations. Requests for diets that conform with religious practices have been scrutinized, with DOC staff demanding to see documentation from religious leaders. Any of the changes proposed in Fresh Starts would be helpful in theory and could provide some relief to DOC residents whose current food options leave them both unhealthy and famished. Serving green, red, and orange vegetables and a daily portion of fruit should not be controversial. The ability to request a vegetarian or vegan diet or a meal that follows religious standards also should not be controversial. The bill's requirement that food at DOC meet federal nutrition standards is not an audacious goal. The problem is that as written, Fresh Starts does not have an enforcement mechanism that can be used by DOC residents. As drafted, Fresh Starts only provides that the task force will periodically survey residents. The bill is silent as to what happens when the Department of Corrections fails to meet federal nutrition standards, or when it fails to provide fruits or vegetables, or when it serves rancid food or causes residents to suffer from foodborne illnesses. Without an enforcement mechanism, there's little reason to expect change. Less than 2 years ago, the United States Marshal Service reported that DOC staff appeared to be punitively denying food and water to DOC residents. In the weeks following the U.S. Marshal Service report and the removal of residents detained on federal charges, food service improved. But as soon as the attention dissipated, DOC returned to the practices described by people who testified today, serving residents inedible food and endangering their health and safety. Therefore, to have any impact, Fresh Starts must provide enforcement mechanisms. Enforcement mechanisms should include fines that are paid directly from the DOC to the commissary fund of the affected individual for each instance when DOC fails to meet the standards of the Act. In each instance that a resident is served spoiled or otherwise inedible food, the individual should also be granted access to outside food for a minimum period of 3 months. The council should also require outside unannounced inspections and require the appointment of a special monitor to oversee food and sanitation in the event of repeated violations. In order for violations of food policy to come to light, the council must also fix DOC's grievance process. As things currently stand, residents are blocked from receiving redress for reporting food system failures. The DOC purposefully maintains a grievance process that is riddled with delays and sends residents jumping through endless hoops that must be followed perfectly but are nearly impossible to track. DOC's grievance process requires 4 separate steps and 80 business days, meaning a minimum of 112 calendar days to reach a final resolution. This delay means that a significant percentage of men and women will not be in DOC custody long enough to reach a final resolution of their grievance. DOC's grievance process takes more days and requires more steps than the processes in Maryland, West Virginia, and Pennsylvania. And yet, even after having been made aware of better processes at other jurisdictions, the DOC has not amended its grievance policy. The council cannot improve conditions around food in the Department of Corrections without providing a better way for residents to grieve those conditions and expose systemic failures. Enforcement problems are also likely to arise with the implementation of a culinary work program in the DOC. Currently, the DOC fails to provide clear information about available programs and how residents can participate in those programs. The council heard testimony this year about DOC scaling back programs such as Lead Up, Lead Out, and Young Men Emerging. There is no reason to believe that the language in Fresh Starts regarding the creation of a culinary arts program where residents work and receive a living wage will be implemented with fidelity. The bill must go further and detail how individuals will access the program and provide recourse for residents should they be wrongfully denied admission. The bill should also require DOC to seek out a partnership with an organization that will help residents connect with job opportunities upon release, such as DC Central Kitchen. Much of what Fresh Starts proposes to accomplish in the long term would be done through a task force. While establishing a task force is laudable, numerous task forces have vacant seats, and even when task forces are successfully constituted and they create reports for the district, those reports are often shelved and ignored. If this task force is to be more effective, it should include more representation from non-governmental organizations that have expertise in nutrition and other public contexts, such as schools. It should also be more balanced in terms of appointments, rather than having one council appointee and 13 mayoral appointees. The council should also provide full-time staff for the task force. Finally, the public disclosure sections of Fresh Starts are helpful, but why is information about DOC not immediately available today? The bill directs DOC to publish inspection reports by the Department of Health. Every restaurant in the district has publicly accessible inspection reports. DOH should make all current and prior inspection reports related to the Department of Corrections immediately available on its website. The DOC should not be tasked with performing this basic oversight function over itself. In conclusion, given a track record that includes decades of abhorrent conditions of confinement at the Department of Corrections, it should be clear that the goals of Fresh Starts will only be implemented if the council provides a way for DOC residents to enforce their rights under this bill and grieve their complaints through a functional grievance process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Seminova. Come back with some questions momentarily, but I'd like to turn to Thomas Faust, Director of the Department of Corrections, for opening statement.
Thank you, and greetings, Chairperson Pinto, members of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety, and other members of the Council. I'm Tom Faust, Director of the DC Department of Corrections. Joining me today are two members of my team, Michelle Wilson, Deputy Director for Administration, and Giselle Ponder, Special Assistant, both who have worked closely with me in analyzing the mandates of the Fresh Starts Act of 2023, its challenges, benefits, and overall fiscal impact on the district. Based on our analysis, I now offer testimony that speaks to the feasibility of implementation and its potentially significant impact on the DOC annual food service budget, which is now approximately $6.5 million. For background, 3 facilities referenced in Fresh Starts include the district's 2 jails, the Central Detention Facility, the Correctional Treatment Facility, and the Central Cell Block, which serves as a short-term holding facility, not a jail, where individuals arrested are transported and held for an average of 12, but not more than 24 hours typically, prior to making their scheduled court appearances the following day. As a large urban jail system, DOC is responsible for ensuring the safe, secure, and humane confinement of pretrial detainees and sentence inmates who average 120 days stay in our custody. During the last 3 fiscal years, there were over 10,000 individuals that entered and exited DOC facilities. On an annual basis, we have more than 4,300 intakes and 4,400 releases. On a daily basis, the CCB temporarily houses approximately 40 individuals until they appear in court the following day. In carrying out our mission, we must address both the routine and special needs of our residents, to include offering meals that meet USDA meal pattern and nutritional requirements and all medical, religious, and other special dietary requirements. I start with this because compliance with nutritional standards and special medical, religious, and health-related meal preparation is repeatedly addressed in the proposed legislation. We also provide comprehensive health care, including mental health and substance use services, full religious accommodation, full legal accommodation, required educational programming for targeted populations, and comprehensive reentry and educational services and supports to the general resident population. Each of these services and supports, along with many others, are embedded in our day-to-day operations and critical to the humane confinement of offenders. Unfortunately for some, there is a belief that operating a jail means simply housing individuals without recognizing their individual needs. This is simply not true. We are mandated as a nationally accredited correctional institution to maintain operational standards and comply with established protocols across agency functions. Beyond this, we operate with a commitment to providing programs and services that positively impact the population, whether they face longer periods of incarceration or are preparing to reenter the community. It is important to emphasize that while the Fresh Starts legislation states that starting January 1, 2024, daily meals offered at DOC must meet or exceed USDA federal nutritional standards, we are already in compliance. Our current food service provider, Aramark Correctional Services, prepares routine and special meals for the district's inmate population that meet USDA meal pattern nutritional guidelines and comply with the National Academy of Sciences Food and Nutrition Board's dietary reference intakes. Additionally, through our food service contractor, DOC's meal offerings are set with the guidance and oversight of licensed and certified dietitians. Now it is critically important that we discuss funding for the Fresh Starts legislation to realistically frame the discussion moving forward, I believe. In order for the agency to comply with Fresh Start's proposed overhaul of our inmate food program, conservative estimates call for a tripling of the agency's food budget from its current $6.5 million to between $18 and $20 million annually. This estimate factors in increased nutrient density and projections related to local sourcing, organic offerings, fresh foods, raw vegetables, animal welfare meats, and meat products, as outlined in the legislation and the Good Foods Purchasing Program. There will also be increased personnel costs associated with additional oversight, compliance, and monitoring mandates, and the requirement to pay inmate culinary workers the district's living wage of $15 per hour as mandated by the legislation. Costs for additional personnel include at least a compliance manager, a contract monitor, and food program liaison. In total, approximately $400,000 for 3 full-time FTEs that we believe would be necessary to properly oversee this program. As proposed, it would cost just over $1 million annually to support a living wage for inmate food preparation workers only, based on current and projected work assignments. This requirement, though, concerns me to only base it on inmate food preparation workers. The requirement would also create largely unequal pay amounts for residents not assigned to culinary and lead to potentially serious safety and security challenges for staff dealing with the unequal treatment of residents assigned on various work details. If this wage requirement were to remain in the legislation, then an across-the-board increase in wages should be budgeted for all working residents. Therefore, based on broader application of the living wage requirement to cover all inmate workers, a budget increase of up to $8 million, but not less than $6.9 million, should also be factored into the total cost. From this point, I will address a number of concerns and highlight areas requiring further clarification, we believe, within the legislation. CCB is referenced under the facilities section. However, CCB serves as a short-term holding location for arrestees. Again, individuals brought to CCB are typically there for no more than 12 to 24 hours before going to court. Because CCB does not have an on-site kitchen, nor a mechanism to safely handle and dispense warm foods, an outside vendor prepares and delivers cold meals for distribution on a daily basis to arrestees. Based on these factors, we believe that including CCB within the mandates of this legislation is economically and operationally impractical. The legislation creates the Fresh Foods Fund, which addresses the availability of funding to further supplement what is made available for DOC's annual food service budget. The mandate calls for using funds to purchase nutrient-dense foods, but is unclear as to how funds are dispensed through the district's formal contracting process. And it is not clear how these dollars are to be designated for use by indigent inmates and what criteria is to be applied in determining eligibility. The GFPP, as reflected in its strategic plan, has set a short, medium, and long-term strategic objectives aligned with healthier food purchasing in the district. The legislation mandates that by the end of calendar year 23, DOC conduct a baseline assessment to determine how to better meet the GFPP core values, and by the end of calendar year 24, conduct a follow-up assessment and publish standards for the procurement of institutional food services. With these GFPP mandates, it is imperative that we know who is responsible for creating and administering the referenced assessment tools. And we question if the timeframes designated for execution, including completion of published standards, are realistic in light of our current operational structure. With that said, at this time, DOC does not have the internal staff capacity nor professional dietary expertise to assume this responsibility. Further, in describing the GFPP, there are references to core values, including local economies, environmental sustainability, a valued workforce, animal welfare, and nutrition. In evaluating the likelihood of compliance, we view the recommendations as impractical and seriously question how a potential service provider could successfully engage small and mid-sized food processing operations in the local region, increase menu options with lower carbon and water footprints, identify sources providing healthy and humane care for farm animals, and offer high quality, culturally relevant good food, to name a few. Further responses to these questions, we believe, are needed for more informed cost projections to be made and vendors to be identified with both the capacity and the volume to provide what would be mandated. We also take exception to the requirement that designated members of the Healthy Food and DC Correctional Facilities Task Force have unannounced monthly and quarterly facility access for inspections of food service operations and environmental safety and sanitation. Currently, the DC Department of Health, DOH, has this mandate and conducts food inspections 3 times a year within our correctional facilities. These inspections 3 times a year cover both jail kitchens and officer dining areas. DOC is given notice by DOH with actual inspections taking place anytime during a stated period. Based on security and operational protocols, it would be our recommendation that members of the task force work in collaboration with the Department of Health to conduct food safety inspections aligned with DOH's existing policies, and procedures. In addition, I would add that, as you know, the Corrections Information Council, CIC, does have in place now mechanisms for unannounced inspections at all our facilities. In identifying what will be covered during the task force member inspections, there is mention of data on food waste in correctional facilities. With this requirement, it should be noted that any data collected would only reflect waste identified in facility kitchen areas, since meals are served in the housing units themselves, and it's not feasible to assess how much food goes uneaten and is discarded by the resident population. Goals set out in the section on the healthy food in DC Correctional Facilities Task Force would have to be phased in and carefully evaluated, we believe. For example, the commissary as a food source meeting a 70% guideline for nutritional standards is not feasible, since items secured via commissary simply supplement meal offerings and must be non-perishable in nature. DOC supports adding healthier options in this area, but requiring a 70% threshold, we believe, is unattainable. Such a requirement would drastically reduce the number of vendors that are qualified to offer commissary services, and it would eliminate a significant percentage of commissary food choices currently available to residents. Commissary allows them to choose what they want to supplement facility meal offerings. Thus, if the district institutes overly prescriptive requirements for commissary, changes may not be well received by the residents. In the hospitality and career section, there is a requirement that DOC establish a culinary arts training program. We currently at DOC offer occupational skills training in the culinary arts through a partnership that we're very proud of with our food service provider, Airmark. The Into Work program trains residents via classroom and hands-on training and offers the ServSafe national certification to all successful completers. This certification enhances job placement opportunities and offers sustainable career growth for those re-entering. Just this week, in fact, a graduation took place with 11 of our residents successfully completing and receiving the ServSafe certification. This included 4 women and 7 men. And on that, I'd like to commend and congratulate Mr. Bishop, the ANC commissioner, who was one of those successful graduates in that 6-week intensive program for a ServSafe certification. Also, I want to add and mention, because it came up in earlier testimony about hospitality programs and what the legislation is calling for in terms of hospitality, to make it known again that DOC does in fact provide training in hospitality and guest services program. Our Lead Up, Lead Out program, both the men's and women's unit of the Lead Up and Lead Out program have a guest services and hospitality program training that results in industry recognized certifications for those individuals in the Lead Up, Lead Out program. Through our DOC Ready Center, we also offer the post-release services addressed in the hospitality and career section. Those re-entering the community meet with Ready Center staff and are connected with the Department of Employment Services and other community-based service providers offering life skills, job training, and job placement assistance. And our other on-site Ready Center government and community-based partners assess the needs of those returning and provide real-time referrals to critical wraparound services and support. The Ready Center, which has been temporarily housed on the second floor of the Reeve Center, we are very happy to say will be moving to its new location in Ward 8 on Martin Luther King Drive Avenue Southeast, with an official opening planned in the very near future. In closing, DOC will continue to look at ways to offer healthier and more diverse food options to the incarcerated and promote healthier purchasing choices through the inmate commissary. The DOC team supports the idea of exploring local sourcing within the multi-state region, incorporating additional healthy meal offerings, and looking at other practices that will align with the GFPP. But in so doing, implementation strategies for DOC must be developed that are fiscally responsible, realistic for a highly urban jail setting with a highly transient population, and fully aligned with institutional safety and security requirements. And in moving forward, DOC leadership welcomes the opportunity to work with the council and other stakeholders in continuing dialogue around improving meal services for our residents. We also look forward to definitive decisions about the minimum level of total funding for this legislation, which we anticipate being between $25.5 and $28.4 million per year. This concludes my remarks. Thank you for the time allotted today for me to offer comment on the proposed Fresh Starts legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Faust, for your testimony, and to your team with you and Ms. Seminova. Director Faust, I am very concerned with a lot of the testimony we heard today, and many of whom were people who have previously served time at the DC jail and talking about their experience with food specifically. And I was wondering if you can talk about, from your perspective, how is DOC considering nutritional best practices to make sure that every resident has access to 3 quality meals a day and enough food? I don't know if you heard Commissioner Bishop's testimony, but he talked about having experience in 14 different penitentiaries, including federal prisons across the country, and that DC jail had by far the worst food. And so if you can comment kind of on your standard overall and then what your kind of response is to that type of feedback.
Well, first, I mean, I do think it's important to reiterate that we do require of our contractor in our contract, and we do see that it's maintained within the 30-day meal menu that is used, that all of the meals that are served do have to meet the USDA federal minimum requirements that I had spoken of in my testimony. So I think it's important to start with that in terms of meeting both the USDA requirements and in the caloric values of, I believe, 2,800 calories on a per day basis. We're doing a number of things internally, and again, I commend Commissioner Bishop for having gone through the Into Work Serve Safe program. I think that brought him intimately close to seeing, some of the food service management and the what we're doing in terms of working with our contractor and what they're continuing to work with the population and with us to improve. And I think that gives him going forward too a very good behind the scene perspectives in terms of having gone through that food service management program. We are continuing to work to improve food service. I mean, should the food service in terms of offerings, can it be continued to be looked at and improved? Yes, not only can it be, it should be. And we're doing a number of things on a step-by-step basis. Some of the comments that came out earlier on, for instance, we're talking about, and some of these, not to discount the experiences whatsoever, but as you mentioned, a number of these experiences were from some past years. We did address, as you're aware, the very valid issue about meals not having been always hot to the temperatures that they should have been. So we had purchased warming carts so that now all food, that's all the hot meals that are served from the kitchen, are placed in warming carts that maintain the food temperature as they go into the units. We're currently working with our commissary provider to look at additional items that can be offered and provided within the commissary for more healthy choices. But at the same time, what I don't want to do is reduce the availability of commissary items. So I see it as a matter of increasing where we can go to increase other items that might be made available, but certainly not taking items and having a restriction that would cause us to reduce items. I think
Yeah.
the more
Director, let me just be a little more specific, because and thank you for that. I hear you on the national standards being abided by, but has it come to your attention, or I guess it has, at least today, from other folks who are there now, or the Public Defender Service or others, who've said it might be meeting this other standard, but it is not, whatever that standard is, and whoever determined it, it's not meeting our basic needs, or people are not getting sufficient food?
Well, when you say not getting sufficient food, I think that's a very subjective statement. But you know what DOC is providing, and what we are providing, is food that is sufficient to meet the national standards. So it's hard to comment on really what's kind of a subjective standard from one person to the next in terms of sufficient food. I think, again, we have to, it is important that we follow established standards that are objective standards. And that is currently what we're doing. I certainly recognize that there needs to continue, and I will continue to work. There needs to continue to be ways that we can look at within the confines of what we are able to provide currently within our contract and within the fiscal confines of our contract, that what we can do to provide more varieties and those types of things. We absolutely are working with our contractor to do that. So I do realize, of course, I understand that we get concerned from the resident population, members of the resident population, about the food. And again, we continue to try to work on things to, on a step-by-step basis, improve that. One of the other items, again, didn't change the food, but changed just I think the acceptance level was several other things. I moved to make sure that now there's a hot meal at dinner time. When I first arrived here, there was a hot meal at breakfast and lunch, and then people were only served a cold meal at dinner. Well, typically, we're all more used to having, a cold meal or a sandwich or something at lunchtime is more typical. So we changed that up. Now we've required a hot meal in the morning and a hot meal in the evening. Changes like that make a big difference. Also, we've changed the hours in terms of the service of particularly of the breakfast meal, where many of our residents weren't eating the breakfast meal because it was being served so early. So part of that issue about not having food or not having enough food was many people were refusing the breakfast meal because they would rather sleep in.
Right.
And I don't blame them when the meals were served at 3 o'clock in the morning. So we
And Director, I'm sorry to cut you off. I have a lot of questions I want to get through. So I want to keep us moving. But in terms of the jobs available to folks, can you walk me through a little bit how that process works in terms of what's available and how people apply and get assigned to certain units? Who are
some of it is, based on various classification levels. So for certain jobs or assignments, depending on the classification level, they may or may not be eligible for a certain position. For example, working in the kitchen. Someone who's at a maximum custody level would not be eligible for assignment in the kitchen, but they would be eligible, for example, for assignments within the particular unit. So we have work assignments within the units themselves and assignments outside of the units, be it in the kitchen or in a laundry area or other areas such as that. So it's a dependence of both types of jobs and also depending on what their classification level is, that allows them to go to certain other areas of the facility.
Okay, thank you. And I want to ask you both this, Director Faust and Ms. Seminova, about the additional resources that you would need to implement this bill. I know you talked about a couple of components or changes that you would ask for, recommend for the legislation, but from a kind of facilities perspective and a staffing perspective, what types of resources would you need, Director, to implement this bill?
Well, I mean, just in the broad term, as I mentioned, additional fiscal resources would certainly be needed. From a standpoint of the administration of what would be required, we would need additional positions that I had laid out would be necessary, again, to make sure Ms. Simeonova mentioned about the fidelity of it. So to ensure that there's a fidelity of those requirements, we would need specific individuals whose job it would be to oversee that process. So, I mean, those would be, and again, also some of the requirements within the legislation around preparing an assessment and, an assessment of the food service and coming up with a nutritional report, I guess. Again, internally, DOC does not have the internal capacity, nor the funding to be able to carry out those required components within the legislation.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Seminova, do you have a sense of other, in addition to fiscal resources, things that the facilities would need in order to implement this bill?
So I think we're sort of talking about different things. Director Faust talked about the need to our statement about the need to implement it with fidelity. The first issue is that there's a disconnect between what the DOC is claiming is happening and that nutritional requirements are being met on some USDA standard, and every single person who testified about the disgusting conditions of their food, its inedibility, its unhealthfulness. There is a vast disconnect, and the disconnect is perpetuated by DOC's own policies that make it so hard for individuals to grieve their conditions of confinement. So that doesn't cost anything. It does not cost the DOC anything to create a grievance process where individuals can say, there is vermin in my food. It should not be a 4-step process and 112 calendar days to get that to a final resolution. So that is, the net cost of that is zero. So I think first, there needs to be some transparency as to what's going on there, and the policies and practices where grieving is so hard makes it very difficult for individuals to bring to light what is happening. And then we have repeated council oversight hearings where the DOC talks about meeting standards and individuals say that that is not the reality on the ground. So there needs to be a further exposure of that. So before there's a cost to the bill, there needs to be some clarity. And I think the overwhelming evidence is that what is happening at the cost, whatever the cost is, what is happening is unacceptable. It's at an unacceptable human cost to have this level of unhealthy food, to have unsanitary food, and to have not enough food. And that was the overwhelming evidence. So then the question is one of cost. And the Public Defender Services does not have this expertise, but it does seem like there is this expertise in district government, that expertise has been brought to bear with respect to food at schools and food in other contexts. And so lots of people discuss the ARA Mark contract and why that contract remains. So that seems to be a place to start. But the district has these resources to make real changes.
Thank you.
It has the obligation to do so.
Director Faust, what do you say in response to that, of the grievance process and
First,
disconnect, and even as just evidence from today that we're hearing this disconnect?
In response to Ms. Simeonova's comments, I don't want to get into a back and forth, but when she's talking about being transparent, we have been, which she doesn't mention, working with PDS and hearing their issues in terms of streamlining the grievance process. And we're continuing to hear suggestions from them. And in fact, are in the process right now, have drafted changes to our grievance process, where she mentioned, for example, the 4-step process. So we are working on improving that grievance process. Residents have always had the ability to grieve issues, including food, but I am in agreement that grievance process can be further streamlined. And that is something that we have had meetings and will continue to have meetings with PDS and others on. So in terms of full transparency, that's an issue that we hear that, and we are working on it, and we are making changes that will be further responsive within our grievance process.
Okay, we'll continue to work with you on that to make sure that we can see some improvements there, because we do continue to have this conversation of the kind of different perspectives. With what's happening.
I do not disagree that the current grievance process needs some changes, and we are moving forward on that.
Thank you. So let's talk about some of the specific practicalities of implementing higher nutritional standards. The bill requires a plant-based option, fresh and raw vegetables, and fresh and raw fruit. Are there any additional items that are needed physically in the kitchen to ensure and store and prepare fresh vegetables and fruits properly?
In terms of storage, I'm probably, admittedly not the best person to answer the storage capacities within the kitchen, but I mean, as far as refrigeration and all of those, that all of that is within the institutional kitchen. So to my knowledge, the storage in and of itself would not be an issue. But that would be something I would have to get back to the committee on.
Okay, and so in the current meals that are offered, I heard you in terms of the improvements that have been made, and thank you for that, for changing the time of breakfast served so people aren't sleeping through it, changing the hot meal for dinner. What are the current levels of frequency of fruits and vegetables being offered for each meal?
I'd have to look, again, there is a, which is posted, and we can certainly absolutely make available, and we may have already to your staff, I'm not sure. But we have there is a what's called a 30-day menu. So it's laid out for a full month in advance, week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4. And every item that is served and the portion sizes of every item is laid out. So I can certainly make that available to you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I would appreciate that. As well as with the dietary standards and, you know, protein. Is dining space something that you're contemplating in terms of the new annex?
You mean like a dining hall for
Right.
cafeteria? I mean, we haven't gone that far down the road, and you know, again, we will continue to take input and ideas on that from groups such as CCE and others. But I would say initially, probably it would be more, well, first of all, the design of the facility would be in keeping with like a direct supervision unit management type of setup. So I would say typically in a direct supervision unit management, the dining would be within the specific individual unit. So at this point, and again, we haven't definitively made any decision there, but I would have to say more than likely there would not be essentially a central dining hall.
Okay, well, I look forward to continuing the conversation about that. So I'm very moved by a lot of not only the testimony today, but the research shown in other jurisdictions, and you know how Maine has done a good job of this, of demonstrating the correlation between the food intake that are being served, improved food standards, and positive shifts in behavior for incarcerated residents. And so I think that it is an important shift to consider, in addition to the basic dignity and food being edible for folks, also making sure that we're recognizing its behavioral health impacts on serving enough food and quality food. Is that something that you and your team are looking at in terms of food service and resident behavior and or facility staff behavior around food?
Yeah, well, another example of another program we're looking to implement is called Fresh Favorites. And we're working with our contractor to try to implement that sometime in the near future. And just without spending a lot of time on it, just what the program is it would allow residents to have, it would be a limited choices, but to have choices of certain items that they could order that typically may not be on the menu. So if, in other words, if there was some favorite food item or something of that sort, it would give residents the ability to essentially order a special meal or a special meal item. So that's yet another thing that we're looking at that would in effect supplement some of the basic 3-day meals that are served.
Can I speak to that as well?
Sure.
I believe that Mr. Faust spoke about that at the last hearing about the ability to order a pizza and having family members. It is another sort of the way that I understood it being communicated at the last hearing, at the oversight hearing, was that this is a proposed other way for commissary. And Having another avenue for commissary is not a solution to the fact that DOC is failing to provide individuals with healthy and safe food to eat. And so a different commissary option is not going to solve this problem. And I think returning to the contracting issue, if Maine can do it, there is no reason that the District of Columbia cannot do it and does not have the resources to bring to bear to this issue when it must do so.
Well, thank you for that. And
Yeah, I would,
go ahead.
no, that's okay.
You sure?
Yes, there are, and I'm just somewhat familiar. I haven't done a deep dive into what Maine is doing, but also what I know, what the state of Maine Department of Corrections is able to do is it's apples and oranges in terms of the District of Columbia. I mean, there's use of a lot of rural farms, farming, growing their own, not only their own, vegetables, but other types of food. But we're talking about a state system that has vast resources of land and farm use. So I'm not saying that, yes, there's components of what Maine is doing that we absolutely can and should look at. But to say that we can just take what Maine's doing and be able to apply it in DC is just as not practical and would not.
And I understand that. And I think it's important with any new proposal that we're not just kind of copy and pasting another state, because DC is different in a lot of ways, but there are ways that we could implement the urban farming component of it, even if not for every single meal, to make sure that we are offering healthy options to everyone, not on a special occasion or not, with additional resources, but for every meal. And again, going back to this tie-in between physical and behavioral health and what people are eating, I think is too often missing from the conversation of just like the basic food standards.
Another exciting thing that we're also doing, and it's around the edges of what we're talking about in terms of giving some experience of, again, not so much that it's going to provide fresh vegetables or herbs or whatever for serving 1,500, but to give some residents the opportunity to do some growing and have a garden. And that's something that we're already partnering up with Deputy Director Wilson, who's here. I'd just like her to give you a minute or two on the partnership that we already have, that we're looking to build some garden box areas outside of the facility to allow where residents could come in and experience some of that in terms of growing. Now, obviously, will it be limited? Yes, but it's a start in the right direction.
So to be clear, I've been working very closely with Deputy Director Williams, who's in charge of our programming department. And we've been looking for ways, we've been partnering actually with a number of organizations this year. We've been working with Friends of Oxen Run, Anacostia Parks and Community Collaborative, KC Trees, University of District of Columbia, Clean Slate Organization, Urban Forestry Division, and the District's Department of Transportation to look at ways to create what I've been calling a ladies' garden in the inside the CTF outdoor facility area, looking at some raised plant beds and ways we could do it, and also have a work on a collaborative educational process with the UDC. And so we're in preliminary talks with them to try to see what we can come up with. To realistically say that we will be urban farmers, as the director indicated, to feed 1,500 is not likely to happen and occur within the space that we have provided. And also talking about using some of our current parking space as it is to build a new annex. So realistically, to build an urban farm to feed 1,500 people, as the director stated, is not going to happen. But to use our spaces to create a holistic kind of setting where folks can potentially do some planting, some gardening, some follow and raise vegetation, and also potentially maybe have a cooking demonstration or have classes that go along with it, and then some cooking demonstrations along with that. Yes, that is something we are actively looking and working with a number of district partnerships to make that happen. And so that is certainly in the works. That's certainly something we're planning, but it is not something that's overnight. And again, it would be very, very hard to use the spaces that we have. It would be impossible to use the spaces that we have to become urban farmers to feed 1,500.
Right. And I understand, and I think that we can think outside the box as well with other space when we're thinking about some of these changes that aren't currently on the property as well. So we'll keep working on that component. I want to switch gears for a little bit about one of the things that I found to be most disturbing today was the testimony about people's relationship with the staff when it came to food. Some of the examples were women being taken advantage of in order to get food, with relationships, extra food being thrown away even when people were asking for second servings, and then having poured shampoo on it, people being kicked off the service line for giving a bit of an extra portion for folks who were asking for more food, who were quote unquote starving. So in October 2021, the U.S. Marshals Service inspection found that corrections officers withhold food as a form of punishment. So since then, what actions have you taken to address and prevent the withholding of food from residents as a punitive measure?
Thank you. Well, several things. First off, as director, I would have and do have a absolute zero tolerance that we will never withhold food or water as a form of punishment. I will have to say, though, to be correct for the record, the U.S. Marshals report did not find that. The U.S. Marshals report reported that they were told that. So in other words, there's a bit of a difference. They didn't find the withholding of food or water as punishment. What they reported was that in their interview, there had been allegations of withholding food and water. I mean, I do think that's an important point to make. Since that time, and since I came in as director, we have addressed all the issues that the Marshals report had laid out, and we've worked very closely with the U.S. Marshals Service and continue to work closely with them. And at this point, they have been satisfied that through our corrective action plans that we have addressed all those issues of concern. And the most important thing on addressing those issues is that systems be put in place. And that's what we have done, is put in systems. Because you all, in a correctional facility, and particularly an older facility like CDF, you are going to have things break down. You are going to have a light go out. You are going to have a shower back up. But the issue is, when that light goes out or a shower backs up, it's not acceptable that it stays backed up or the light stays out for 3 days. So the question is, you have to put in systems to ensure that when those things do happen, they're immediately addressed. And we have done that and addressed that in close working relationship with the Marshals Service.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Seminova, does that comport with your understanding of the situation?
So here's the Marshal Service report reads, water and food appeared to be withheld from detainees for punitive reasons. That's a quote. Quote, food delivery and storage is inconsistent with industry standards. Hot meals were observed served cold and congealed. Also disturbing.
Again, we
Can-
expect.
Director Fast, just a moment. Several DOC
Yes.
staff were observed directing detainees to not cooperate with the U.S. Marshal inspectors. One DOC staffer was observed telling a detainee to, quote, stop snitching, end of quote. So it's incredible. And this is less than 2 years ago. These are the findings. It's the appearance of being denied, punitively denied food and water, the fact of observation of failure to meet industry standards, and then a pervasive culture within DOC to tell individuals not to report what they are experiencing.
And Ms.
Again.
Seminova, have you seen or heard from clients any improvements or interventions since that report?
I have some information, not complete information, but I would say that there was what we testified to is there was a brief moment after the report where things became somewhat better for a short period of time, and then swiftly things have returned. And it is the precise conditions that were testified to today by so many witnesses and that we discussed: vermin in food, inedible food, dirty food, all of the issues that were mentioned, the content and the quality, cleanliness, people becoming ill, all of the issues that individuals testified to from recent experience today and that we mentioned in the testimony as well.
Dr. Wells, go ahead. You were trying to.
Madam Chair, just to go back to your question to me about, which I agree, some of the concerning testimony that was given. And again, not at all discounting the experiences, those who testified, but I think also it was difficult in terms of trying to determine what experiences they were referring to. In other words, one gentleman, I believe, Mr. Douglas, that you were referring to about working on the line and giving additional portions to residents, that I believe that was probably like a Bureau of Prisons facility. I mean, we don't have a food line. We don't. So the experiences, I'm surmising, but I think the experiences that, while very valid, that he was experiencing were not related to the DC jail. Those were experiences, I believe, based on the description of working a food line and being able to give out additional portions, kind of like a cafeteria. That, my guess is, was a prison situation. Also, there was, in the certain testimonies, there was mention about experiences at Lorton and Lorton Reformatory, which, as we know, has been closed down now for many years. So there, again, I'm not discounting at all the experiences that they went through, but sometimes it was difficult to try to parse out what was being said specific to DOC and experiences in other facilities.
Okay, I want to move on to the current options for participating in the culinary types of jobs at the jail. What jobs are currently available or made available to residents involved in meal preparation?
Involved in meal? Well, there's a number, and I'd have to, again, provide your staff the exact list of jobs within the kitchen, but there are jobs as cooks and various types of cooks. So there's someone who might be a baker, or there's someone who might be assigned more to keeping the kitchen areas clean. There's other workers that are assigned on the production line, so to speak, in terms of, the food going into the trays. And then there's other individuals that then take those trays and put them into the warming devices. So there's a number of different, and then washing. So there's a number of different positions. I believe there's about 20 different positions. But again, to be exact, I could certainly provide you that list, but that gives you a flavor, I think, of the different types of jobs that are within the kitchen.
Okay, thank you. Let's talk about the wages for current jobs that people can earn. I heard in your testimony you talk about the need to have it be consistent across job categories, and that makes sense. Would DOC consider changing that policy if the funding was available for you all?
I'm sorry, if you could repeat that, or I'm sorry. Or the last part.
Would you consider changing the minimum wage policy for folks who are performing jobs at the jail, so long as there was corresponding budgetary investments on the other side?
I don't have any objection to that.
And how are current wages determined?
Current wages are just set on a per day basis, and it's in keeping with all the other local jurisdictions within the metropolitan Washington area, Prince George's, Montgomery County, Fairfax, Arlington, et cetera. And the current wages are, I believe, $4 per day. It is the wage. And we did a survey around the metropolitan Washington COG area in terms of how does that stand within other correctional facilities. And we are essentially at the top or pretty much closer to the top. The ranges we found were everywhere, and this includes both Maryland and Northern Virginia, ranged everywhere from $1 a day to $3 a day. So just in terms of the current wage structure of $4 a day, the District of Columbia is one of the higher, if not the highest, local jail in the area.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Seminova, do you have any comments or thoughts on that, on the wage component of this bill?
My only thoughts were in the testimony, and that's really surrounding implementation. So that's not directly about wage, but it's about program participation. I heard that 11 people graduated from Serve Safe from a 6-week program. That does not seem like a great number of individuals. So I wonder why there isn't more program participation. And that's the same as our concerns regarding the placing in the bill the requirement to have this job component for the culinary arts, that people really be able to access it and have a direct pathway, a pathway that is clear, and that there's real participation.
Okay, thank you very much. And before we close, Director, I want to speak to you about a concern about testimony and the ability for residents at the DC jail to testify for legislation, especially for bills like this one that are directly going to affect them. And as you know, my team and I have been working with you and your team for the last several weeks to try to make that happen for this bill, including additional equipment offerings. And we extended the hearing record so that we can make sure we can at least get testimony in writing or via voicemail. But I just want to get your sense on if this is something that may be able to be implemented in the future, and if not, what some of those barriers are so we can help overcome them.
Thank you. I mean, first, I would have to say, I think we provided what really was an unparalleled level of communication to make sure that there was ability for resident input, and working with Commissioner Bishop within the confines and resources available within our correctional facility. Some of the things we did, we provided visits to all units in both facilities to provide town hall meetings. So we had town hall meetings specifically on this subject and on this hearing to allow residents to both learn about and give feedback on the Fresh Foods Initiative. The commissioner was provided one-to-one support by our voter registration coordinator to create surveys for the resident population. So we did supplied surveys. We also did food survey flyers that were created and posted on the APDS tablets. So we posted the information on the tablets in both English and Spanish. Again, the legislation proposal itself was posted on tablets that are in the facility. And
I appreciate all of those steps to get input. My question though specifically is in terms of video testimony and active live participation, what are some of the hurdles there?
Well, the technology hurdles in terms of those buildings. First off, we don't have Wi-Fi access into the buildings. There's also, again, we are a correctional facility, so there's a lot of issues and difficulties around movement and how something like that would be done in terms of taking video testimony. So really a combination of both and staff resources to do that. So a combination of, from a technology standpoint and what we have or don't have available within the facility to provide that. But again, in recognition of that, we made sure that we allowed multiple avenues for the resident population to make their opinions known and to have the ability to have those opinions made known to the council.
Okay. Well, thank you for those steps. We'll look forward to continuing to work with you and your team on other ways to get input directly from folks there. And want to thank you both for your testimony today. I look forward to continuing to work with both of you and many that testified today on how we can implement these reforms most successfully. As I noted in my opening remarks, I think it is abundantly clear that access to healthy foods is not just a matter of physical and mental health, but is really an important aspect of promoting human dignity. And we've made some progress over the last several years, which I'm happy to hear about and continue to support. But I think there's still a lot of room for improvement and ensuring that the nutritional standards and basic needs of our jails population are being met, as well as our efforts to source local, sustainable, and ethically produced food items that should be prioritized, which will help with the health of our residents, but also the overall sustainability and economic growth for our city. The testimonies that we've heard today really highlighted the positive outcomes associated with healthy food initiatives and the real need that is still there. And I believe that when residents are nourished with wholesome meals, we will see better quality of life and better mental well-being, increased engagement in our rehabilitation programs, and reduced recidivism rates when people do come home. And I think we can't overlook those compelling factors and those correlations to make sure that we can ensure lasting change and support and health. So I look forward to continue working with you all in the coming weeks and months on this bill. I urge the executive, the council, and our corrections agencies to really prioritize the implementation of comprehensive reforms and improvements when it comes to both of our food and our job training program, so that we can see more success. So I thank you both again. Look forward to the continued conversation. There being no further business, before the committee. The time is now 5:28 p.m. on the same day that we started. We are adjourned.